Welcome to Orange. Lancer takes on the favorite Ignis in this Berserk League duel. Let's see who wins. Whoa, a total bloodbath. Ignis barely survives that exchange to take a 1-0 lead. Ignis has a 26-9 record in the last 24 hours, showing he's in the best form of the two. Lancer is fighting against a long history of losses in their head-to-head matchups. So the question is whether he can actually sustain this early momentum. Ignis dominates the series, leading Lancer 3-1. He's coming off a 13-4 win over Lancer earlier today. These rounds are flying by. We're seeing an average of under 3 seconds per kill so far. Lancer is fighting a tough head-to-head history here. Ignis holds a commanding 4-2 lead heading into round 6. Our top quartile player is holding the line. Ignis, Nick. Quick exchange, just 2 seconds to settle that one. Boom. He snaps Lancer's run and makes it 3 in a row. He's playing like the number 9 guy on the ladder right now. He doesn't miss. That's 4 in a row for Ignis, who takes this one without taking a single hit. Under 2 seconds for a total shutdown. Unreal. Both players trade heavy damage in a wild scrap, but Lancer survives with just 16 HP. Pure grit to scrape through that one with almost nothing left. Ignis holds a 51% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge here. He's pairing that map knowledge with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches to keep Lancer at arm's length. The question is if Lancer can find a way to break this momentum. Ignis leads 8-4. This is playing out exactly as expected with the favorite in control. He used a 4-round streak to build this gap, while Lancer is just barely hanging on. Lancer narrows the gap to 5-8 after that kill. Lancer's fighting back after that 4-13 loss to him earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 2 in a row for Lancer as he continues to climb back. Clean as a whistle. Barely 2 seconds to end it. Ignis holds it together to keep a 9-6 lead. Under 2 seconds to kill the momentum. Ignis pulls ahead 10-6, keeping Lancer at bay. Lancer's 14-20 run today is making this climb even steeper. Lancer is refusing to go away, cutting this lead down to 3 rounds. Insane speed, barely a second and a half to settle it. Ignis is pulling away again, making it a 4-round lead as Lancer's comeback attempts stall. Clean snap, just a second and a half to settle it. We've seen a total toss-up over the last 4 rounds, with neither player able to string together 2 wins. The number 15 guy on the ladder is keeping this close. A total shutdown in 1 second. Ignis hits match point, leading 12-8. The favorite is just too strong here. Lancer denies the match point. He survives the first shot to take it. 9-12. Wow. He just refused to let it end there. He's not stopping. Lancer makes it 2 in a row, showing incredible resilience to keep this alive. He's on fire. 3 in a row for Lancer, who refuses to let this match end. Insane speed. Just over a second to settle that one. Boom! He survives a heavy exchange to shut down the comeback and win the map. 13-11. Lancer pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't overcome that head-to-head curse. Ignis holds the line. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Mist and Ignis face off on Mapas with the favorite looking for another strong win. Ignis holds a significant head-to-head edge with 453 wins over Mist. That history is backed up by Ignis being in the top quartile of our rating, while Mist sits further down the ladder. The question is whether Mist can actually flip the script this time. Mist leads 2-1, keeping the upset alive. Ignis is coming off a strong 13-11 win over Lancer. Mist takes him from the ramp, extending the lead to 3-1. Hard to believe he's the underdog with this kind of start. Mist clings to a slim 3-2 lead here. He's currently on an 8-win streak in his last 10. Ignis fights back to lock this up at 3-3. He's riding a 90% win rate over his last 10. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. He's really challenging the favorites' hold on this series. Deadlocked at 4 apiece. Mist and Ignis are level. Ignis is playing like his 26-9 round today. Mist edges ahead, taking a 5-4 grip on this. He's playing against a rank 9 opponent on the ladder. They are trading rounds back and forth. Now this match is heading straight for a toss-up. Ignis is playing like a man with a 50% all-time win rate. Whoa. A total bloodbath. He survives by a thread to make it 6-5 before the break. Another scrape for him to take the lead. Mist and Ignis are tied 6-6. Mist is defying the odds here, holding his own against a favorite who wins 66% of their head-to-head meetings. Ignis had a few scares, but we go into the second half completely level. Side swap, clean slate. Mist pulls ahead 7-6 to reclaim the advantage. Another quick snap to keep the lead. A complete reversal from that 13-4 loss 16 hours ago. We've got a quick technical pause here. We'll be right back with Mist and Ignis. And we are back live on Mapas with Mist, leading Ignis 7-6. Mist is playing far better than his 20% win rate over his last 10 suggests. He's completely disregarding the gap between his rank 27 standing and Ignis' top quartile position on the ladder. The question is if Ignis can find a way to disrupt this momentum. Boom! He snaps that streak and makes it 4 in a row to lead 10-6. Complete flip of the script for the rank 27 player. Both players land hits, but he comes out on top to make it 10-7. Quick snap to keep things interesting. That was lightning fast. Mist is really pulling away here, putting a serious dent in the favorites' hopes. He doesn't even take a hit. Mist shuts him down to reach match point at 12-7. Pure speed there. He didn't even let him blink. Game over. He closes out the series with 3 straight to take it 13-7. He just completely dismantled the head-to-head history here. A huge upset for the underdog to shut down the Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Mist face off now, with the favorite looking to bounce back today. Lancer leads their head-to-head record 755, 660, showing a long-term edge in this rivalry. Mist has been the one taking the recent matches though, including a win over Lancer just 16 hours ago. The question is whether Mist can reclaim that momentum here. Wow, a complete scrap. Lancer survives on just 9 HP to take a 2-1 lead. Lancer ranks 17 on the ladder, asserting his position here. Lancer surges ahead, now commanding a 3-1 lead. Mist is coming off a strong 13-7 win against Ignis. Untouched. 3 in a row for Lancer, who just completely shut Mist down. That was a blink and you miss it kill. Mist answers back with a clean hit, showing some resilience to make it 4-2. Clean hit to keep this close. Unreal. A total slugfest that leaves him with just 16 HP as he claws back into this. Both of them have survived a nail-biter now. Lancer has a 14-20 record over the last 24 hours and is fighting a bit of a slump across the league. He's managing to outplay Mist here despite that poor form, essentially ignoring the ladder gap to maintain control. The question is whether Lancer can keep this momentum and snap his recent losing streak. Mist doesn't even take damage here, continuing to fight back and bringing it to 4-6. Clean exit for him, barely a scratch on the armor. He snaps that streak and stays perfect to keep this comeback alive before the break. Total shutdown, not a single hit taken in 2 rounds. Lancer 7, Mist 5. This is tracking right with the expectations as Lancer uses his 53% head-to-head edge to keep things tight. Mist is fighting back, but Lancer holds the lead going into the switch. Side swap time to He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to pull it back to 7-6. The underdog is refusing to let Lancer pull away here. He snaps that streak and levels the score at 7-7, completely untouched in the kill. Total reset, we're right back to square one. Another one, he takes the lead 8-7 and keeps this comeback rolling with 3 in a row. He's on fire. That's 4 in a row for Mist, who keeps climbing back into this. The underdog has completely flipped the script on the favorite. Lancer breaks the run here, fighting through a trade to make it 8-9. He's fighting for a 3-loss streak in his recent form. Lancer ties it up at 9-9. We're dead even. Mist has the edge on this map historically. Boom! He snaps that run with a clean kill to make it 3 in a row. The favorite is finally asserting that ladder advantage. Insane. Mist survives a total bloodbath on just 18 HP to tie it at 10-10. Pure chaos. Both players have survived the low HP scrap now. He doesn't take a hit, snapping that run to take an 11-10 lead as the comeback continues. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance as we head toward the finish. Fast reflex kill to lock this back up at 11-all. He breaks the streak and puts himself at match point, leading 12-11. The favorite is finally seizing control when it counts most. Unreal. Lancer survives a total scrap on just 4 HP to win it all. He just wouldn't die scraping through 3 of those low HP fights to snap his losing streak. Mist pushed him to the limit. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Ignis meet on red line with the favorite looking to keep their lead. Ignis holds a significant 59% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took the victory in their most recent meeting, so he enters this map with a clear mental edge. The question is whether Lancer can break that pattern today. Ignis leads 2-1 as Lancer fights to stay alive. Ignis top quartile on the ladder keeps the pressure on. Lancer takes this one from the ramp, knocking Ignis off the boxes to tie it up. Lancer is coming off a tight 13-11 win over Mist. Lancer grabs the lead, 3-2, shifting the momentum. Clean and quick, that's 2 in a row for him. Lancer catches him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The favorite is struggling to get a handle on this one. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. That's a blink and you miss it kill. Boom, Ignis absorbs some damage but digs deep to snap the run, cutting the lead to 5-3. Tough trade of damage, but he gets the kill. Ignis is playing at a high level with a 25-10 record in the last 24 hours. Despite that form, he's falling behind here against a player our rating puts lower on the ladder. The question is whether Ignis can flip the script before this lead becomes insurmountable. He does it again. 3 in a row for Lancer as he breaks the momentum before the break. Clean work, wrapping up the half with a commanding lead. Lancer leads 8-4 at the break. This is a shock start for the underdog, who is defying a head-to-head history where Ignis wins 59% of the time. Ignis needs a quick response after the side switch. Sides, swap time for a reset. Lancer extends it to 9-4, leaving Ignis buried. Fast reflex kill, barely a second of action. Lancer is flipping the script on the favorite here. Ignis takes him from the ramp, keeping this series from slipping away completely. He's currently top 10 on the ladder. Ignis takes it on the ramp, and that's 3 in a row to chip away at his lead. He's playing with an 80% win rate in his last 10. He keeps the run alive. That's 3 in a row as he claws back into this. Insane. He's just surviving on a sliver of health. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt with a clean kill, leading 10-7. Lancer is playing the role of spoiler today. He doesn't take a single hit here. Ignis is showing real resilience as he chips away at this lead. He doesn't take a hit here, making it 2 in a row as he continues this climb. Just over a second of action, totally outplayed. Unreal, he knocks Lancer off the ramp to tie this up at 10-10, making it 3. The favorite finally finds his footing in this one. Whoa, Lancer pulls him off the ramp and survives by a thread to make it 11-10. Barely stayed standing after that exchange. He shuts it down without taking a hit. Lancer hits match point, leading 12-10. Ignis knocks him off the ramp, showing incredible grit to keep this fight alive at 12-11. Unreal. He doesn't take a hit to tie this at 12-12, forcing overtime after an incredible climb. Wow, he blasts Lancer off the ramp to win the map, completing an incredible comeback. Absolutely surreal way to cap off that climb. He blasts Lancer off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 4 in a row. The favorite is finally asserting himself as the better player here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row for Ignis to reach match point. Man, that was a blink and you miss it exchange. Lancer denies the match point. He shows real grit to snap that run and stay alive. Took a bit longer to resolve, but he got it done. Lancer picks him off the ramp without taking a hit, refusing to go away. The underdog is completely refusing to fold in overtime. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 3 in a row for Lancer to reach match point at 15-15. Our rating had him as the underdog in this pairing. Lancer pulls ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail-biter. Lancer pushes it to 17-15, staying in control. 5 in a row, completely turning the tide here. Ignis keeps it close, trailing 17-16 after that kill. He's fighting to justify that favorite tag in this overtime. Lancer pulls further ahead, now sitting at 18-16. Lancer is playing well above our ladder rating for him. Lancer surges to 19-16, putting a stranglehold on this. He finally breaks that losing streak against Ignis in a total war of attrition. Lancer just wouldn't fold in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Mist and Ignis face off on Italy, where the favorite looks for another win. Ignis leads the head-to-head with 453 wins over Mist. While Mist actually took their most recent encounter, the ladder shows Ignis as the much higher rated player. The question is whether Mist can repeat that upset here. We're all square at 1 apiece for Mist and Ignis. Ignis pulls ahead, making it 2-1 in this series. He's sitting in the upper half of the ladder for a reason. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. He's coming off a 25-11 run over the last day. Mist surges ahead to take a 3-2 lead. The underdog is flipping the script here. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Mist. The rank 12 player is struggling to answer him. Another clean one. That's 4 in a row for Mist, extending the lead to 5-2. Total shutdown, not even taking a scratch for 4 straight. Whoa, a total scrap. Ignis survives by a threat to break the run and make it 5-3. Insane, he barely walked away from that one. Mist has a 48% win rate on this map across hundreds of games, showing he's just as comfortable here as his opponent. He's playing with a lot of confidence after winning their most recent head-to-head encounter. The question is whether he can keep this momentum going against a much higher rated player. Unreal, he survives on just 7 HP to keep the streak alive before the break. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Mist leads 9-3 at the break. This is a total shock given Ignis wins 66% of their head-to-head games. The underdog is playing way above his rank and has the favorite on the ropes. Side swap, time for a reset. Ignis grabs one back, but Mist holds a 9-4 grip. Rank 12 is trying to remind us why he's the favorite. Mist dominates, pushing the lead to 10-4. He's playing well despite the 13-23 days so far. Mist is just cruising. He's putting a huge gap between himself and the favorite here. Rank 26 is simply ignoring the ladder gap today. Ignis is fighting back, but he still has a mountain to climb to close this gap. Quick exchange, but he didn't let Mist breathe. Wow, half a second Ignis is starting to claw his way back into this. Boom! That one was over before he even started. He shuts it down to reach match point, leading 12-6. Rank 26 is completely defying the ladder gap tonight. Boom! Finishes it without taking a single hit to take the map 13-6. He just completely shrugged off that ranking gap. Ignis had the history on his side, but he couldn't find an answer today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Mist take on Fast Aim, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Lancer takes him from the ramp to open things up, leaning into that head-to-head advantage. Coming off a 13-11 win against him just now. Mist holds a 51% win rate on this map, which is a significant contrast to Lancer's struggles here. While Lancer is the higher rated player on the ladder, he's fighting against a historical map disadvantage. The question is whether Mist can use that edge to keep this close. A round battle that Mist wins handily, making it 3 in a row. Lancer, rank 15 on the ladder, is feeling the pressure here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Mist. Half a second, just a blur. Boom, Lancer snaps the run, showing some real grit to pull it back to 4-2. The favorite's finally starting to wake up. Mist leads 5-2 as Lancer fights to stay alive. Mist picks him right off the window, extending this lead to 4. Lancer, rank 15 on the ladder, just can't find an answer. Lancer leads the head-to-head 756 to 660 across their history. He's starting to lean on that confidence after beating Mist in their very last meeting today. The question is if Lancer can turn that mental edge into a comeback here. Lancer wins the scrap on the ramp, cutting this lead down to 3. Coming off a tough 14-23 run over the last day. Mist leads 8-4. Lancer entered as the slight favorite, but he's struggling to keep up. Mist is making the most of his 51% win rate on this map to build a comfortable lead going into the switch. Side swap, Lancer needs a reset. Mist stretches it to 9-4, nearly closing the door. Clean flick, just under a second. The underdog is defying the ladder expectations here. Mist hits 10-4, putting Lancer in a deep hole. He's currently ranked 26 of 44 on the ladder. Mist catches him from the ramp, taking 3 in a row to lead 11-4. Coming off a rough 14-23 day, but he's dominating here. Lancer snaps the run, cutting the gap to 5-11. Coming off a 1916 win against Ignis earlier today. A trade-off from the ramp, and he wins it. Match point for Mist. There was a scrappy fight to get the edge. Game over. Mist walks away without taking a hit to take the map 13-5. He just completely ignored the ladder rankings here. Lancer had the head-to-head lead, but he couldn't handle the pace. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Ignis meet on Dunes with the favorite looking for a strong win today. Ignis holds a clear historical edge with a 59% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. However, Lancer just took their most recent meeting, showing he can handle the pressure when it counts. The question is whether Ignis can reclaim that long-term dominance today. Lancer leads 2-1 and has the momentum right now. He's currently ranked 15 on the ladder. These rounds are over in a blink. Lancer is just faster to the trigger right now. Under 2 seconds, he's just out-timing him right now. Lancer pushes it to 3-2, keeping Ignis sweating. Wow, less than a second for that kill. Lancer pulls ahead 4-2, leaving Ignis in the dust. The favorite is struggling to find an answer today. Ignis manages to claw one back here, keeping this match incredibly tight. He's coming off a tough 6-13 loss to Mist earlier today. Ignis fights back to tie it up at 4-4. He's riding a better run of form in his last 10. Ignis snaps the streak and takes the lead, 3 in a row for him. The favorite is finally asserting himself here. Lancer shuts him down without taking a hit to tie it at 5-5. Both players sitting at a 51% win rate on this map. Lancer edges ahead 6-5, snatching back the lead. Ignis is having a rougher run with 3 losses in his last few. Lancer leads 7-5. He's defined the pre-match expectations by keeping the favorite on his heels. Despite Ignis holding a 59% all-time win rate in their head-to-head, Lancer is the one controlling the pace heading into the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Lancer stays on top, clinging to a 7-6 lead. He's been struggling with a 3-loss streak in his last 10. Ignis levels it at 7-7. We are dead even. Ignis is riding a better 70% run in his last 10. And again, 3 in a row for Ignis, who now leads 8-7. Ignis, rank 12 on the ladder, is reclaiming control. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Ignis. Coming off a stronger 25-11 day overall. Lancer snaps that run, walking away without taking a single hit to make it 8-9. Just like their most recent meeting on Blame Redline. Lancer strikes back to knot this up at 9-9. Lancer rank 15 refuses to let the favorite pull away. Ignis sneaks ahead 10-9 to grab the upper hand. Tough break for him, barely surviving with 55 HP. Ignis is pulling away now. 2 straight wins puts him just 2 rounds shy of the finish line. Coming off a 16-21 day for him so far. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Match point for Ignis. Pure confidence from the favorite to close this out. Lancer denies him without taking a hit, showing real grit to keep this alive at 10-12. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Boom. Ignis shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map 13-10. He really had to dig deep to reclaim that head-to-head edge. Lancer pushed him to the limit on this one. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Mr. takes on the favorite Ignis in today's rifle duel. Let's see who wins. Ignis leads the head-to-head with 453 wins over Mist. Despite that historical gap, Mist actually beat Ignis in their most recent meeting today. The question is whether that early momentum can override the rating difference on the ladder. Wow, a complete bloodbath. He survives by a thread with 9 HP to make it 2-1. He's playing like a top 12 guy on the ladder right now. Mist picks him right off the ramp to take the lead. Ignis, rank 12 on the ladder, hasn't found his footing yet. Nick. Coming off a 25-11 run over the last day. We're all squared up at 3-3, total deadlock. Boom, a 1-second blur to tie it up. Mist is pulling ahead, 2 wins in a row, and these rounds are ending in a flash. The underdog is flipping the script today. Unreal. He survives on 4 HP after a chaotic exchange to make it 3 in a row. Mist is repeating that 13-6 result from their last meeting. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Mist. Complete reversal for the favorite here. He snaps back with a clean kill to hold the slide, making it 6-4. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He doesn't even take a hit in that sub-second burst, keeping the comeback alive before the break. Six at the break. Mist is playing way above his rank and ignoring that 66% head-to-head disadvantage. Ignis is the clear favorite, but is fighting an uphill battle to keep this level. Sides swap. Total a total scramble where both players take heavy damage, but he survives to make it 6-7. Both players are trading blows and surviving on a sliver of health. He doesn't take a single hit in a sub-second blur, making it 8-6 as the comeback continues. Mist, rank 24 on the ladder, refuses to back down. Gritty exchange, but he survives the scrap to make it 9-7 and keep the comeback alive. The favorite is starting to distance himself again. Ignis edges ahead 9-8 after a clinical strike. Coming off a clean 13-5 win against Lancer earlier today. Insane. He barely hangs on with 9 HP after a brutal scramble to make it 8-10. Whoa, that's 2 sub-30 HP survivals for him already. Mist closes the gap to 9-10 with that play. He's coming off a 13-5 win against Lancer today. A messy trade-off, but he digs deep to make it 11-9 and keep this comeback rolling. That was a slower burn compared to the last few bursts. We are looking at a complete toss-up. Now this match is heading straight for a deadlock. The upper half of the ladder is feeling the pressure here. Ignis shows great resilience to reclaim the lead and is now at match point. The favorite is asserting his place as a top 12 player. Boom, he shuts the door with a clean kill to complete the comeback and take the map. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just barely survived those 2 scrap plays to get the win. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Lancer and Mist take on Redline in a close match where the favorite faces a challenge. Mist catches Lancer right off the ramp to take an early lead. Coming off a 13-5 win over him on fast aim earlier. Unreal, he survives with just 13 HP after picking Lancer off the ramp to go 2-0. Lancer holds the edge in their all-time head-to-head. Lancer picks him off from the ramp, and we've got a deadlock at 2-1. Lancer, rank 17 on the ladder, refuses to let this slip. Lancer picks him off the ramp to take a lead. The momentum has completely shifted here. The favorite is finally putting that head-to-head lead to use. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Lancer. Pure speed on that one. Gone in under 3 seconds. Mist knocks him off the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. Rank 25 of 44, refusing to be intimidated here. Lancer edges ahead 4-3 after a clinical finish, coming off a rough 16-20 stretch over the last day. Mist fights back to square this up at 4-4. He's coming off a tough 13-23 day overall. Lancer catches him right off the ramp to pull ahead by 2. Quick reflex battle, both of them under 3 seconds. Mist levels the playing field. We're all tied at 5-5. Blazing fast, gone in under 2 seconds. Whoa, a complete bloodbath. He barely scrapes through with 25 HP to take the lead before the break. Absolute chaos, he just barely survives another one. Lancer 5, Mist 7. This is playing out exactly as expected with neither player pulling away. Both traded 3-round streaks to keep it tight, despite Lancer holding a 53% all-time head-to-head advantage. Mist holds a slim lead, sitting at 7-6. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Ignis earlier today. Total scramble on the ramp, but Mist wins the race there to push his lead to 2. Mist, rank 25 of 44, isn't playing like the underdog. Insane, he barely survives the total slugfest to break the streak and move to 9-6. Another nail-biter barely escaping with 21 HP. Mist knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. Lancer's overall lead in their head-to-head is feeling distant right now. Lancer wins it from the ramp, snapping that streak to make it 7-10. Coming off a 19-16 win against Ignis on this map earlier today. Clean as it gets. He doesn't take a hit, keeping the comeback alive to make it 8-10. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Unreal, he survives a brutal slugfest with just 15 HP to make it 8-11. 4th time today, he's escaped a round with under 30 HP. Boom, Mist wins the trade on the ramp to hit match point. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Lancer denies from the ramp, keeping the dream alive at 9-12. Lancer, rank 17 on the ladder, isn't ready to go home. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit in under a second to take the map. He just completely erased that head-to-head deficit in one go. Lancer couldn't find an answer for those low HP escapes. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Italy. Lancer takes on the favorite, Ignis, in this 1v1 elimination match. Ignis has won 59% of their head-to-head encounters over the long term. He's entered this match as the favorite and is coming off a 25-11 run in the last 24 hours. So he should have the confidence to shake this off. The question is if Lancer can actually pull off the upset. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. Lancer just lost their last 3 games before this. Wow, he's just not getting hit. That's 4 in a row for Lancer. Complete flip from their last meeting on Blame Dunes. Ignis answers back instantly, deleting him in under half a second. Lancer cruises to a 5-1 lead, leaving Ignis reeling. Lancer rank 19 is completely flipping the script here. Lancer is coming into this with a 30% win rate over his last 10 games. He's usually struggling in his recent matches, but he's completely ignoring that trend today. The big question is if this is a genuine peak or just a temporary lapse from Ignis. Lancer is running away with it at 7-2. Ignis is usually the clear favorite in this matchup. These rounds are ending in a blink. Lancer is just too fast for him right now. Ignis is normally the top quartile player on the ladder. Lancer dominates the board now at 8-3. He's usually the one holding the edge in their head-to-head. Lancer leads 8-4. He's completely defying the pre-match script by pushing the favorite into a hole. Despite Ignis winning 59% of their historical head-to-heads, Lancer is the one controlling the pace here. Side swap, Ignis needs a reset. Ignis claws back, but Lancer still holds an 8-5 lead. Coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. He snaps the streak and makes it 2 in a row, showing some real resilience here. The favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Lancer keeps the cushion, pushing it to 9-6. Clean hit for Ignis, who doesn't take a single point of damage while chipping away at the lead. He walked right through him without taking a scratch. He makes it 2 in a row, continuing to chip away at that early deficit. Lancer rank 19 is seeing his lead evaporate. Boom. He wipes him out in half a second to tie it at 9-9. That's 3 straight for Ignis. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row, completing the comeback from a 6-round deficit to lead 10-9. Lancer snaps the run and ties it up at 10-10 without taking a hit. Nick. Lancer has the wind in his sails now, taking 2 straight to reclaim the lead. He's shaking off that 10-13 loss from their last meeting. Ignis doesn't take a scratch here to tie it at 11-11, showing incredible resolve after that early deficit. Lancer deletes him in under a second without taking a hit. Match point. He doesn't take a single hit to force the tie at 12. We are headed to overtime. Ignis knocks him off the vine to take it 13-12 and win the match. Insane way to close it out. The favorite finally gets it done. Neither player is giving an inch. We've hit a deadlock as this goes deeper into overtime. A drawn-out exchange, but he manages to find the gap. Whoa. A total bloodbath where Lancer barely survives with 2 HP to make it 14-13. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 14-14, refusing to let the lead slip. A much slower pace there to keep this deadlock going. Lancer deletes him in less than a second without taking a hit. Match point. Lancer rank 19 is just refusing to play. A frantic exchange where both players bleed, but Ignis survives to tie it at 15-15. Match point. Both players left with blood in the water after that exchange. Ignis edges ahead 16-15, putting the pressure on Lancer. Lancer forces the deadlock at 16-16, total stalemate. Ignis grabs a slim 17-16 lead in this grind. The favorite is holding his ground in the deep water. Ignis pulls ahead 18-16, seizing the momentum here. The rank 11 player is proving too steady in the clutch. Lancer narrows it to 17-18, staying right in it. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite close this out. Absolute parity as Lancer ties it up at 18-18. The ladder's rank 11 is finally feeling the pressure. Lancer surges ahead 19-18 to snatch the lead. Ignis levels it at 19-19. A complete deadlock now. Ignis edges ahead 2019, seizing the upper hand. The ladder's rank 11 player is starting to look like the favorite again. Lancer forces a 20-20 deadlock. We're back to square one. Pure parity on the ladder for this one. Lancer sneaks ahead 21-20 to break the tie. The underdog is completely ignoring the pre-match script here. Lancer pulls out a 22-20 cushion to reclaim control. He just completely threw out the history books in overtime. Ignis had the rank and the head-to-head, but he couldn't stop this run. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Mist and Ignis face off on Mappas, with the favorite looking for another win. Ignis holds a 66% win rate in the head-to-head over the long term. He is the higher rated player on the ladder, and typically the clear favorite here, so he'll want to shake off that first round quickly. The question is whether Mist can actually flip the script this time. Ignis catches Mist right off the ramp to keep this close. He's coming in with a 24-11 record over the last day. Mist catches him right off the ramp to extend his lead. Underdog flipping the script against a top quartile player. Ignis picks him off the ramp to tie this thing up. Ignis, rank 11 on the ladder, stays composed here. Deadlocked at 3-all. Mist and Ignis are equal. Fresh off a 13-10 victory against him earlier today. Mist edges ahead 4-3 to seize the momentum. Rank 24 pushing back against the top quartile. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives by a threat to make it 5-3. Unreal, he just barely keeps it together to extend the lead. Insane. A total bloodbath that leaves him with just 14 HP to make it 3 in a row. Pure chaos. He's barely escaping these fights alive. He deletes him in under a second without taking a hit, showing some real resilience to bring it to 6-4. Mist has a 45% win rate on this map over hundreds of matches, usually putting him at a disadvantage, but he is ignoring those trends today, outperforming the favorite despite the historical gap. The question is if Ignis can find a way to stabilize. Mist leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defined a 66% head-to-head win rate. Ignis holds over him. Mist used a 3-round streak to grab the lead, leaving the favorite fighting for his life. He knocks Mist off the ramp to keep this comeback alive, making it 7-6. The rank 11 player is finally starting to push back. Mist shuts the door again to lead it 8-6. Clean kill there. Barely 2 seconds to seal the deal. He doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience to bring it to 8-7. The favorite is refusing to let this slip. He doesn't take a scratch to snap that streak, leveling the score at 8-8. The ladder favorite is finally raising the gap. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row, taking the lead 9-8. The ladder favorite is finally asserting his authority. Mist snaps the run with a sub-second kill to tie it at 9-9. Wow, a sub-second kill to bring it right back to even. Unreal. He finishes it with a knife to take the lead 10-9, continuing this climb. A knife kill to reclaim the lead. Totally unexpected. He doesn't take a scratch to snap that streak, moving within 2 of the finish. Whoa, a total scrap that leaves him with just 15 HP, 3 in a row for Ignis, and it's match point. Man, he's just barely scraping through these fights alive. Boom. Mist refuses to go away, cleaning him up without taking a hit to keep this alive. Boom! Ignis deletes him without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep to protect that rank 11 spot, but Ignis holds on to the lead. Mist pushed him to the limit. He had to work for that. Welcome to Dunes. Lancer and Mist face off in a close one, with a slight favorite looking for a win. Lancer holds a 53% win rate in their head-to-head history, though Mist actually took their most recent meeting. This early lead for Lancer puts some pressure on Mist to flip the script. The question is whether Mist can reclaim that recent momentum. Lancer leads 2-1 as Mist fights to stay alive. Whoa, just a blur, under a second for that kill. Lancer is building some real momentum here, putting together a 3-round run to pull ahead. Lancer edges it 3-2, keeping Mist on the chase. He's coming off that 13-9 win in their last meeting. Lancer pulls further ahead now, leading 4-2. Lancer ranks 16 on the ladder, playing like the favorite. Insane Mist survives a total scrap to break the run, barely hanging on with 26 HP. Second time he's lived through a scrap like that today. Mist has struggled with a 13-23 record over the last 24 hours, and that slump is showing up in these exchanges. He's fighting a tough uphill battle today while Lancer stays steady. The real test is if Mist can stop this slide before the lead grows. Lancer climbs to 6-4, putting Mist in a hole. Got a dead heat here. This has turned into a total toss-up as we approach the half. He's currently ranked 24 of 44 on the ladder. Lancer leads 7-5 at the break. This match is the pre-match read, with the slight favorite holding a thin lead. Mist stays within striking distance despite his 13-23 record over the last day. Side swap. Time for a reset. Mist closes the gap, making it 7-6 for Lancer. Clean kill, no damage taken. Mist is actually the one leading their head-to-head last fight. Deadlocked. Mist fights back to make it 7-7. Lancer is coming off a top 10, 13 loss to Ignis here. Unreal. He doesn't take a single point of damage to make it 3 in a row. The underdog is flipping the script here. Wow, a total slugfest. He survives with just 13 HP to make it 4 in a row. Living on the edge with that 13 HP survival. Lancer answers back with a clean kill, cutting the lead to 8-9. He's currently ranked 16 of 44 on the ladder. Complete parity now, Lancer and Mist tied at 9-9. Coming off a 22-20 victory against Ignis earlier. Mist grabs the lead, 10-9, putting Lancer on defense. Clean kill. Didn't take a scratch that time. These last few rounds have been a complete blur, ending almost instantly every single time. Mist is pulling ahead here, putting Lancer in a position where he can't afford another mistake. Lancer's 46% all-time win rate playing a role here. He snaps that run and hits match point, winning it without taking a single hit. Boom, he just shuts the door on the favorite. Insane. A total bloodbath that leaves him with a sliver of health, but Mist takes the map. He just couldn't shake him. Scraping through 4 different fights with almost nothing left in the tank to take it. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Lancer and Ignis face off on orange, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Ignis leads their head-to-head history with 886 wins. Lancer actually took their most recent encounter, but he's struggling to find that same success today. The question is whether he can flip the script before this gap widens. Ignis pushes ahead 2-1, putting Lancer on the back foot. Ignis, ranked 12 on the ladder, is asserting himself here. These rounds are flying by, neither player is giving the other a second to even breathe. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Mist earlier today. Ignis edges it 3-2, keeping the pressure high. Coming off a 24-12 run over the last day. Ignis pulls away, now leading 4-2 over Lancer. Fastest kill of the match so far. He doesn't miss. 3 in a row for Ignis, and he takes 0 damage. Wow, a complete bloodbath that he barely survives with 14 HP. That's 4 in a row. Lancer snaps that run with a clean kill, bringing the score to 3-6. Lancer is ranked 19 on the ladder, fighting a tougher climb here. Ignis has put up a 24-12 record over the last day. He's carrying that momentum into this duel, while Lancer has struggled to find any consistency in his recent matches. The question is whether Lancer can find a way to break this slide. Ignis leads 8-4 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected for the favorite, who leveraged the 4-round win streak to build a cushion. Lancer needs a fast start after the switch to close this gap. Side swap time for a reset. Ignis cruises to a 9-4 lead, dominating the pace. Fast exchange under 3 seconds to decide it. Ignis hits 10-4, leaving Lancer with a mountain to climb. He's playing like the favorite today. Lancer keeps fighting back, refusing to let Ignis close this out in a straight line. Lightning fast kill under 2 seconds to decide it. Lancer claws back, but Ignis still holds a 10-6 lead. 2 in a row, both decided in 2 seconds or less. Ignis just shuts down that little run from Lancer, keeping the door firmly closed here. Lancer's 17-19 run today makes this a tough climb. Lancer is refusing to go away, keeping this close despite Ignis being the clear favorite here. They both tear into each other, but Ignis survives the exchange to reach match point. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he survives it. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and takes the map. He just continues to own this matchup. Lancer fought hard, but he couldn't overcome that long-term history on orange. Welcome to Berserk League. Mist and Ignis take on Fast Aim, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Ignis leads the head-to-head with 455 wins over Mist. He has the historical edge here and just beat Mist in their most recent encounter, so he's playing with plenty of confidence. The question is whether Mist can break that pattern today. Ignis pushes ahead 2-1, putting Mist under pressure. The top quartile player isn't running away with it just yet. Wow. He catches Mist off the ramp and barely survives with a sliver of health to make it 3-1. He's coming off a strong 25-12 day so far. Mist catches him from the ramp to tie this up. We've got a deadlock at 3-2. The underdog is keeping this one surprisingly tight. Ignis pulls ahead 4-2 to reclaim the lead. Ignis, rank 10 on the ladder, holds the edge here. Mist catches him from the ramp and we have a deadlock. This is a complete toss-up now. Matching up well on this map despite the rating gap. Ignis is riding a 25-12 record over the last 24 hours and he's carrying that momentum straight into this lead. He's playing with much more stability today than Mist, who has struggled to keep pace in his recent matches. The question is if Mist can find a way to disrupt this flow. Ignis picks him off the ramp to extend the lead. This match is moving fast. 2 seconds and he's back in control. Ignis picks him off the ramp to extend the lead. This is starting to feel like a runaway. The favorite is comfortably upholding the ladder gap here. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This half played out exactly as expected for the favorite, especially after Ignis put together a 3-round streak to pull away. Mist needs a different approach to close this gap. Side swap time for a reset. Ignis picks him up from the ramp. These rounds are over in a blink. He's coming off a 13-7 win over Lancer today. Ignis takes it from the ramp. He's just completely pulled away from Mist here. Mist rank 24, just can't find an answer for him. He shuts down that comeback attempt immediately. 3 in a row for Ignis. Just like their last meeting on Mappas. He catches Mist from the ramp to make it 12-4. Match point for Ignis. Clean kill, barely 3 seconds of action. Mist snaps the run and knocks him off the ramp to make it 5-12. Quick reaction there to keep the game alive. Favorite usually closes these out faster. Whoa! He survives a total slugfest to make it 2 in a row. Insane. He's fighting through the blood to keep this alive. Boom. He survives the trade and closes out. 13-6 to take the map. He just continues to own this matchup. Ignis keeps that historical edge intact and moves on with another win today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Mist take on Italy today, with the favorite looking to bounce back. Lancer holds a 53% win rate in their head-to-head history, but Mist has won their last 3 meetings, including a victory just an hour ago. The question is whether Lancer can reclaim that historical edge today. Mist catches Lancer off the wine to keep this lead moving. Rank 19 on the ladder, struggling to maintain that favorite status. Lancer fights back to lock this at 2 apiece. Fastest kill of the match so far. Clean kill to bring this back to a dead. Lancer grabs the lead, putting Mist down 3-2. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him just an hour ago. Lancer picks him off the wine, making it 3 in a row. Second reaction there to keep the momentum moving. Mist takes a messy exchange to hold the slide, bringing it to 4-3. Scrapped it out there to keep things tight. Lancer levels the playing field at 4-4. Insane reaction, less than half a second there. Mist takes no damage there. 3 in a row to reclaim the lead. 5-4. Mist is playing his best game of the day so far. Lancer shuts that run down instantly to tie it up at 5-5. Lancer is fighting to shake off a 2-loss streak. Lancer edges ahead 6-5 to seize the momentum. Lancer shaking off a recent 7-13 loss to Ignis. 6 at the break. This is tracking exactly with the neutral expectations we had going in. Both players traded 3 round streaks to keep this deadlocked, with neither side able to pull away. Side swap, fresh start. Mist edges ahead 7-6 to snatch the advantage. Mist is currently 13-24 on the day. Mist is currently 13-24 today, but he is playing his best sequence of the day right now. He has managed to outpace Lancer's higher rating on the ladder to build a 2-round lead. The question is whether Mist can sustain this momentum to pull off the upset. Mist pulls ahead 9-7 to put the pressure on. Lancer rank 19 can't seem to find an answer here. We've got a total toss-up here. Neither player can put together a streak to break this deadlock. A slower exchange there to keep things within reach. Lancer claws it back to make it 9-9. Sub-second reaction to snap this right back to a draw. Mist picks him up from the wine to pull back ahead. Lancer's recent 30% win rate over his last 10 is showing. Lancer forces a total stalemate at 10-10. Lancer is leaning on that 756, 663 lifetime late here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to adjust their aim here. Clean kill there to keep the lead. He snaps that streak and puts the match on the line at 10-12. The underdog is putting the favorite in a tough spot. Boom. He trades his way to victory and takes the map. Lancer barely scraped through a couple of times under 30 HP, but he just couldn't close it out. Mist makes it 4 in a row in their head-to-head. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Ignis are ready to go with the favorite looking for another strong win. Ignis leads the head-to-head with 887 wins over Lancer. He's also entered this match on a 3-win streak, making this early lead for Lancer a bit of a surprise. The question is whether Lancer can actually flip the script here. Ignis edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Lancer. Coming off a strong 25-11 run over the last day. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Ignis. Ignis, top quartile on the ladder, is playing his role. He catches Lancer from the ramp, making it 4 in a row. Mirroring that 13-7 result from their last meeting. He keeps it rolling. 5 in a row for Ignis, pushing the lead to 5-1. Lancer enters this one, struggling with a 30% win rate in his last 10. Boom! Lancer snaps the streak with a clean kill to make it 2-5. That was a lightning fast kill to get him back in it. Lancer is sitting on a 16-20 record over the last 24 hours. He just came off a close loss to Mist, and that lack of momentum is showing as Ignis keeps things under control. We have to see if Lancer can actually find a way to break this cycle. He shuts down the comeback attempt instantly. 3 in a row for Ignis. He's just coming off a clean 13-6 win over Mist. He survives a scrap to make it 4 in a row, closing the half at 9-2. Tough scrap, but he survives with 53 HP to wrap the half. Ignis takes a 9-3 lead into the break. This is exactly what we expected, given Ignis wins 59% of their head-to-head matchups. Lancer needs a total shift in momentum to stay in this side swap. Time for a Ignis extends it to 10-3, totally dominating the server. That was a blink, and you miss it kill to get right back on top. Unreal Lancer survives a total slugfest with just 2 HP to make it 4-10. Absolute chaos in that exchange to keep him alive. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance today. Ignis, rank 10 on the ladder, stays in control. He kills the momentum and puts the match on the line at 12-4. The favorite is just refusing to let this slip. Game over. He deletes Lancer in under a second to take the map. He just had Lancer's number all day. Ignis keeps that win streak alive and maintains his grip on the top 10. welcome to Dunes. Mistakes on the favorite Ignis in today's rifle duel. Let's see who hits 13 first. Ignis holds a clear advantage here, winning 66% of their head-to-head matches. He's carrying a lot of momentum into this after a 26-11 record in the last 24 hours. The question is whether Mist can break that pattern today. And again, 3 in a row for Ignis, who's simply too fast today. The top quartile player is just too sharp right now. Boom. Mist snaps that run, showing some real grit to pull it back to 1-3. Fast trade there, barely 3 seconds of action. He's on a roll now, 2 in a row for Mist, who's refusing to stay down. Barely a second of action in that one. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean with a perfect shot, leveling this at 3-3. Whoa! He takes the lead with a clean kill, making it 4 in a row. The underdog is completely flipping the script right now. Ignis answers back to tie it at 4-4. He's coming off a 13-6 win against him on fast aim. He claws back the lead at 5-4, showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. The favorite is really struggling to maintain a lead here. Insane. He survives on just 11 HP after a total bloodbath, making it 6-4. Absolute chaos in that exchange to secure the lead. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Mist, who's completely overturned that early deficit. Mist leads 8-4. This is a shock result given Ignis wins 66% of their head-to-head matches. The underdog is playing way above his rank and puts the favorite in a deep hole heading into the switch. Side swap time for a reset. He's showing real resilience, securing another win to push the lead to 9-4. Less than a second of action there. He snaps that run and keeps climbing, moving to 10-4 as his comeback continues. Ignis is currently 26-11 in the last 24 hours and is finally starting to lean on that form to claw back into this. He's the top quartile player on the ladder, so the question is whether he can fully erase this deficit before Mist hits 13. They're trading rounds back and forth now. Ignis is trying to chip away at that 5-round gap. Rank 10 on the ladder, trying to close this gap. Ignis is chipping away at this lead, and he's doing it in the blink of an eye. Wow, he doesn't take a hit there to reach match point, showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. Ignis denies the match point with a fast reaction, keeping his hopes alive at 8-12. Quick reflexes there to keep this series alive. Boom, Mist finishes him without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He just completely broke the history books on this one, taking down a guy who usually owns him. Huge upset, hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. Lancer and Mist face off on Mappas, with the favorite looking for a strong bounce back. Lancer leads the head-to-head 756-664 over the long term, but that history is clashing with a rough current spell. He's dropped 4 in a row recently, while Mist has won their last few encounters. It's a question of whether Lancer can recapture that historical edge today. Mist edges ahead 2-1 as Lancer struggles to answer. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him just now. Wow, these rounds are over in a blink. Lancer is just snapping onto him now. Pure speed there, just 1 second to settle the score. He's completely taken over the map. 3 in a row to claim the leads. The favorite is finally asserting himself here. Mist answers back to tie it up at 3-3. He's playing like the higher rated guy on the ladder here. Lancer pulls ahead 4-3 to reclaim the advantage. Mist is playing the upper half of the ladder today. Mist fights back to lock this at 4-4. The slight favorite is struggling to pull away here. Mist is starting to pull away here, putting together a nice little run to take the lead. Quick reaction there, just over a second to end it. Deadlock at 5-5. Lancer and Mist are neck and neck. Mist is currently playing as the higher rated guy on the ladder. Lancer breaks the tie to lead it 6-5. Mist is currently the higher rated player on the ladder. Lancer leads 7-5 at the break. He's defying a recent 4-loss streak to hold the edge here. It's been a close fight, but Lancer is currently playing to his 53% head-to-head advantage. Sights, swap, let's get back in. Lancer is currently 15-21 in the last 24 hours. But he's making that struggle look like a distant memory right now. He's completely reversed the momentum from his recent losses to pull away here. The question is if Mist can find a way to break this streak. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Lancer to push the lead to 10-5. Mist, the higher rated guy on the ladder, is sliding here. Mist snaps back with a clean kill to make it 10-6. Coming off a 13-8 win against Ignis earlier today. Lancer catches him right on the ramp to push this lead further. Lancer rank 24 is defying the ladder gap here. Lancer had a huge cushion, but Mist is refusing to let this match slip away quietly. A bit more patience there, taking over 3 seconds to close it. He shuts it down quickly to reach match point, leading 12-7. The slight favorite is now just 1 step from the win. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map 13-7. He completely shakes off that losing streak and proves why he owns the long-term head-to-head over Mist. Welcome to Redline. Lancer and Ignis face off today with a favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis leads the head-to-head 888 to 626 over a massive sample size. He's also the top quartile player here, which explains why Lancer struggled so much in their last meeting. The question is if Lancer can close that gap today. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Ignis. Echoes that 13-4 result from their last meeting. He takes a few hits, but manages to trade back, making it 4 in a row. Another fast kill, barely 2 seconds in. Wow, he survives with just 15 HP to make it 5 in a row. Lancer is coming off a 16-21 stretch today. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 6 in a row for Ignis. He's coming off a strong 25-11 run today. He picks him off from the ramp to make it 7 in a row. The rank 10 player is just too sharp today. He catches him from the ramp to make it 8 in a row. The favorite is making this look easy. Unreal. Lancer survives a total bloodbath by a threat to break the streak. Insane, he barely walks away from that one. Ignis is coming in with a 25-11 record over the last 24 hours, showing he has been the more consistent player today. Lancer is fighting against that momentum, but he's already proven he can beat Ignis in the past. The question is if he can turn this small run into a full comeback. This half is playing out exactly as expected with the higher rated player in the lead. Ignis put up an 8-round streak early, but Lancer is fighting back now to keep this close. Side swap, fresh start. Ignis pushes to 9-4 and puts the squeeze on. Quick reaction there to shut down that momentum. The rank 10 player keeps the upper hand here. Lancer strikes back to make it 5-9. Fast exchange there, under 2 seconds. Whoa, Lancer scrapes by with a sliver of health to take it on the ramp. 2 in a row for him now. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite. Ignis shuts that down from the ramp to keep his lead secure. He's the one with a 60% win rate in his last 10. Blink and you'll miss it. That round was over in less than a second. Under a second this time, just a blur. He drops him off the ramp to hit match point, making it 3 straight. The favorite is firmly back in control. Lancer holds him off from the ramp to deny the match point. Much slower pace there, taking nearly 5 seconds to resolve. Boom, he wins a grueling trade-off to take the map 13-7. He just continues to have Lancer's number, extending that head-to-head lead and staying true to the rankings to Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Mist and Ignis facing off today to see who can claim the victory. Ignis holds a significant lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. That dominance is something Mist is really trying to shake off after taking their last meeting. It will be interesting to see if that previous victory gives him the confidence to close this gap. He's just too strong right now, completely controlling the fight from the ramp. The top quartile player is definitely playing his part here. Finally, Mist answers back and puts up a fight to cut into that deficit. It's good to see the underdog finding some air right now. A scramble from the ramp, and he comes through again, keeping the pressure high. A very quick sequence of exchanges there to bring the score close. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us level. The momentum shift is huge for a player who started so far behind. Ignis takes a fast lead back and knocks him right off the ramp. His stronger form lately is starting to show here. Absolutely spotless reaction there. And the comeback is complete with the score tied up. It's becoming a total coin flip between these two. He's taking full control of the series now, stepping ahead for the first time. The pre-match odds definitely didn't account for this performance. He's simply on a roll now, securing his third straight victory to push the lead further. He manages to clear him off the ramp, taking his fourth straight win to seize the lead. He's making a strong case against the pre-match odds right now. Mist goes into the break with a surprising 8-4 lead. I mean, the number 10 ranked player is really struggling to keep up with him right now. We might be looking at a genuine upset here. Time for a reset. He secures another clean round to stay in the driver's seat. The gap between their rankings has never looked this wide. Ignis has really been on a tear today with 26-10 over the last day. And while he's currently down by 4, that kind of form suggests he's far from finished. We just need to see if he can turn a single round into a genuine comeback. Mist just keeps pulling away, now leading 9-6. He's starting to look like the favorite once again. He refuses to let the lead slip away, taking a very clean third straight for the comeback. It is a classic display of high-level consistency from the favorite. He outplays him in a scramble up on the ramp, showing great heart to keep this lead. It is becoming quite a gamble for the pre-match favorite. Total shutout on that exchange, showing that Ignis hasn't lost his nerve. He looks way more comfortable now that he's back in it. He manages to pick him off the ramp, refusing to let the game slip away. A very tight exchange to keep this series alive. He manages to hold that ground on the ramp to force an absolute deadlock in the series. What an incredible response to flatten out the series. He completely outclasses the opposition from the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. Absolute precision from the target side right now. What a display of tenacity from Mist, dragging himself back into a dead heat after clearing Ignis off the ramp. He manages to shut things down on the ramp, putting him just one victory away from the win. He's showing a lot of grit in this high-pressure series. Unbelievable resilience from Mist to force a deadlock and send this game into overtime. Absolutely cold-blooded finish to put the pressure right back on Ignis. The lead changes back to the underdog in an instant. Just a total wipeout for the opponent on that ramp, putting him firmly in control of this overtime stretch. Huge response here as the veteran manages to stay calm and forces battle to continue. Slowing the pace down just enough to keep the game alive. He's showing incredible guts to claw back into this lead and sit on the verge of victory. He's completely shaking off the nerves now. What a stand by Ignis, refusing to go down and keeping his hopes alive. The intensity is simply off the charts right now. Flawless read to tie things up, putting Ignis just one step away from a huge victory. Ignis edges ahead by 1 as we hit the wire. And we are back to a dead heat at 16-16. Ignis barely clings to a thin lead at 17-16. Absolute nerves of steel for the leader right now. Ignis pulls further ahead, now leading 18-16. The gap in the rankings is really starting to weigh on the underdog. Mist closes in tight, trailing by just 1 now. A fast response to stay within striking distance. Ignis strengthens his hold, now pushing to a 19-17 lead. He really showed why he's the higher seed, digging deep in overtime to finally put this one to bed. Truly impressive composure. He had to work for that. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a very close matchup on Italy today between Lancer and Mist. Let's see who wins. Lancer actually holds the edge in their lifetime head-to-head, and honestly, he's the one who took their most recent encounter in a convincing fashion. It'll be interesting to see if that historical superiority helps him settle in after a slow start. Mist has the momentum moving into round 3. That was an incredibly fast exchange. A real seesaw battle so far. Neither player is giving an inch in this one. Hard to tell who the favorite is with this level of parity. Mist takes a slim lead, pushing the score to 3-2. It's just about a tie in the rankings between these two. Mist is really pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. The favorite is really starting to assert himself early on. A totally effortless kill, and the momentum stays firmly with the leader. Lancer is showing some real grit, digging in to keep this fight alive. He's proving why the pre-match predictions were so tight. A flawless peak, and he continues to tear right back into this lead. That's a huge shift in energy for the underdog. Wow, a brutal brawl there. Mist barely survives that one, scraping through with a tiny bit of health left. It's a tight fight between a couple of middle-of-the-pack regulars. Mist has a win rate of 50% in his last 10 games, and it looks like that stability is paying off in this particular series. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has struggled to find consistency in his most recent matches. Let's see if he can turn things around before halftime. Mist heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. He's definitely making the most of his slight favorite status right now. Lancer has a big hill to climb if he wants to flip this script. Lancer secures that spot up on the wine to get his second win of the half. Just a couple of rating points separate these two on the ladder. He's refusing to go down without a fight, putting the pressure back on the leader. He's starting to find a way to carve through those defenses. He's on fire now, continuing a strong run to close that gap to just 1 round. Lancer is looking far more confident as he clears the board. A wild firefight there, and Mist manages to secure the edge to keep his lead. Really just a toss-up between these two right now. Mist is holding a firm 3-round advantage now. A complete shutdown of the momentum, leaving him far behind in this series. He's quickly forgetting about those tough games against Ignis. Lancer picks up another, keeping the pressure on his opponent. It's almost a dead heat between them on the ladder. Mist stops the rally and puts himself just a single round away from the victory. Unbelievable! A lightning fast finish to secure the series for Mist. He's really shaken off those recent losses and proven he can hold his own against this guy. A great way to bounce back. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Ignis squaring off today on orange to see who comes out on top. What a scramble. Both of them are nearly empty, but Ignis manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. Ignis has historically controlled this rivalry with a strong 59% win rate. Well, It's worth noting that the ratings gap suggests he should be comfortably ahead in a series like this. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can actually maintain this early pressure. We're all squared up now as we head into round 5. He's clearly not letting the recent loss to Mist shake him. Lancer is really putting the pressure on right now. He's taking control of this set early. A complete turnaround from their previous clash on red line. 6 rounds in and we're completely deadlocked. He looks much more comfortable now after that tough match with Mist. Ignis takes a slim lead as we enter round 7. He's really riding a wave with a 26 and 10 day. The tide has completely turned and he's now firmly in control with 3 straight. He's really proving himself to be the tougher opponent tonight. Lancer puts a quick stop to the momentum, cutting the lead back down to 1. The rankings definitely didn't predict a close battle like this. Lancer has been struggling lately with a 13-23 record over the last day. It's definitely making this current deficit feel like a larger uphill climb for him. We have to wonder if he can flip the script before the half. It's a 7-5 lead for Ignis. I mean, this is pretty much what we expected to see. He has the higher rating and he's currently utilizing that advantage to keep things steady. Let's see how Lancer adjusts. It's starting to look like a repeat of that red line result. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another point to trim that deficit. Lancer is refusing to fold, weathering those initial shots to close the gap even further. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to get this back under control. Ignis holds a 2-round advantage as we hit 16. A really commanding showing for the top 10 seed so far. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He is certainly making the most of that top 10 ranking. Lancer digs in, surviving a fierce exchange to bring this total back to within 2 rounds. He is refusing to let that rating gap dictate the outcome here. These rounds are flying by. Ignis is just purely out-reacting him right now. A complete shutdown there as he keeps this push alive. Lancer is really fighting to keep this in reach. Lancer is purely untouchable right now, claiming another rapid point to bring the score to 10-11. That was an incredibly fast exchange. A blistering response from Ignis, putting him just a single round away from victory. A perfect shot to keep his hopes alive, refusing to let this series slide. Lancer just needs one more narrow win to force a tie. And that is it. Ignis closes the door with a stunning final shot to seal the victory. Lancer really forced him to fight for every single point today. He just couldn't find a way to close that final gap. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're at the arena where Mist takes on the heavily favored Ignis in today's duel. Ignis is currently crushing their head-to-head history with 457 total wins over Mist. It's a massive statistical gap that often gets in the head of the underdog. We'll see if Mist can shake off that mental weight early on. Mist has really turned the tide, leading 2-1. A bit unusual to see him struggling this early on. We're completely deadlocked now, and Ignis looks like he's starting to regain control. Ignis pulls ahead again, now leading 3-2. He's definitely showing why he sits in the top quartile right now. Mist answers back, and we're all square at 3 apiece. A real nail-biter for the man ranked 22nd. Ignis is really starting to put on the pressure now, picking up 2 more in a row. Mist fights back to tie it up at 4-all. It's a massive swing from that 1917 loss they had just before this. Ignis uses that elevation on the ramp to get the edge here. He's definitely riding a wave of confidence today. Absolute chaos as both Mist and Ignis stand leveled. Both players are really fighting for their ground right now. Mist just edges ahead, taking a slim 6-5 lead. The momentum is shifting from that tight battle on fast aim earlier today. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. The rating gap hasn't mattered a bit so far. Mist is holding his own against a heavy favorite who usually owns this matchup. Fresh start, let's get into it. Mist takes the lead, pushing it to 7-6. Both of these guys are coming off a series of matches against Lancer today. And just like that, Ignis forces another tie. The raw speed we're seeing from him is incredible. We're seeing a real back and forth struggle here, but Mist is clearly not backing down today. And they're neck and neck once again at 8 apiece. He has been absolutely dominant in his last few appearances today. Nick. He is completely on fire right now, extending his run to 3 straight. His recent form has been an absolute tear through the lobby. Mist shuts down the run with a lightning fast response. We've hit a stalemate with a 10-10 deadlock. The pressure is mounting for the higher seated player here. It's a complete toss-up now. Every single round is essentially a flip of a coin. A flawless execution for Ignis, putting him just 1 step away from victory. What a finish! Ignis closes it out with a total shutdown to secure the match. Mist really pushed him to the absolute limit there. He almost pulled off a huge stunner in the arena. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off in this matchup, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer holds a significant overall lead in their head-to-head history, but Mist has been the one coming out on top in their most recent meetings. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can get back to that level of performance after this opening loss. What a slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to take a third straight. He's quickly erasing the memory of that last match they played. Lancer is just on fire, picking up another one to move a full 4 rounds ahead. He's simply too fast today, continuing a perfect start to the game. The rating gap between these two is almost non-existent. Absolute control from Lancer, putting up a 6-round shutout so far. It's a total reversal of how they looked in that Italy duel. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, moving into a commanding 7-0 lead. He's completely shaking off that rough patch from his last few matches. He's just outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a staggering 8 straight wins. This looks like a completely different fight than their previous meeting. He's just cruising through this map, moving within striking distance of the finish line. He looks much stronger than he did in his last 3 games. Unbelievable. Mist barely claws out a victory here, surviving with a single point of health left. That was a nail-biter of a trade. Lancer has been historically more successful in this matchup, but we're seeing a complete shift in momentum here. Mist has finally started to put up a fight, and he'll need this spark to keep the game from slipping away. Lancer takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. We expected a close battle, but this has been a complete landslide. Mist looks completely lost right now, while Lancer is just cruising. Lancer holds the line, extending his lead to 10-3. The higher seed is starting to push back. Mist keeps fighting, but Lancer stays firm at 10-4. The higher ranked player is finally showing his teeth. Lancer is putting a lot of pressure on him here, making it almost impossible for Mist to build any momentum. Decisive exchange that puts him in the driver's seat for the finish. Textbook performance from the favorite today. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the match. He needed a strong bounce back after those recent losses, and man, he found it today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Ignis are facing off on Mapas, with Ignis entering as the slight favorite. Wow, what a scramble. Ignis manages to scrape through the encounter with almost nothing left in the tank. Incredible fight, but Lancer manages to pull off the win in a total slugfest. Ignis is currently on an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 games, and honestly, it shows he's coming into this set with a huge amount of confidence after a strong run today. We'll see if Lancer can actually put a wrench in that momentum. Ignis is now leading the series 3-2. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle against a top 10 seed. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, taking control of the map with those two lightning fast rounds. A complete reset here for the number 9 player. He's just not letting up, securing a third consecutive round to take a narrow lead. Unbelievable, he's just totally owning the server right now, taking 4 straight. The 9th seed is looking completely lost out there. He's simply unstoppable right now, adding another win to a staggering 5-round run. The higher seed is simply unable to find a response. A huge relief for the trailing player, finally breaking through to cut the lead to 2. The higher seed is starting to claw back into this. Pure chaos in that exchange, and he barely survives the encounter to keep his comeback alive. He's really refusing to let his lead slip away. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. You know, we expected the 9th seed to run away with this, but Lancer is playing way above his usual rank today. Ignis needs to wake up if he wants to avoid a total shock. Let's see if the momentum holds. What a fight. He barely walks away from that absolute meat grinder with his life. He's making a real case for himself despite that losing head-to-head record. That was a complete brawl. Both players were nearly finished, but Ignis digs deep to secure the win. He's keeping himself in the game with some incredibly tight plays. Unreal. Both players were essentially dead in the water, but he manages to clinch it with a sliver of health remaining. He's really proving his critics wrong today. Lancer is currently defying a head-to-head record where Ignis has historically taken nearly 60% of their games. It's really impressive to see him just ignore that psychological weight and dictate the tempo. He's putting himself in a prime position to close this out. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, really putting the pressure on as we head toward the finish line. These last few exchanges have been so incredibly fast, barely giving either player time to breathe. Ignis is refusing to go away, shutting down the momentum with a completely clean sequence. Lancer is looking a bit shaken after those 2 fast losses. The charge continues. He's completely in control now as he claws his way back into this match. He is quickly erasing that lead. What a turnaround! He's leveled the score and looks completely unstoppable right now. Lancer's grip on this game has completely vanished. Absolute perfection from Ignis, who is now just 1 step away from closing this out. He is just simply carrying through those engagements right now. What a statement. Ignis secures the final kill and completes a stunning run to take the match. Lancer really pushed him to the absolute limit today, but that's where the experience took over. What a match! Welcome to the show. We've got Mist and Ignis facing off on red line, with the favorite looking strong today. Ignis has historically won 66% of their encounters, and that dominance has usually shifted the pressure onto Mist during their head-to-head sets. Given how strong Ignis has been in the last few hours, we have to see if Mist can actually sustain this early lead. He just clears the ramp with ease to keep the perfect start going. He's putting his recent struggles with Lancer behind him quickly. That was a chaotic fight, but he comes out on top to claim another round. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat right now. What a scrap! Ignis manages to scrape through that exchange with barely anything left. The higher rated player is finally starting to wake up. That was a brutal trade of shots, and he secures another one to close the gap. He keeps the momentum rolling, effectively erasing that early lead Mist build up. The momentum shift is feeling very real for the favorite. A sharp exchange here, and he puts a stop to that momentum swing. That's a strong look for the player currently sitting at rank 23. Ignis shows real grit here, popping him right off the ramp to tighten this game up. The gap in the standings is starting to Ignis has played a staggering 10,200 matches all time, and that level of experience usually translates to better positioning under pressure. It is interesting to see that depth of knowledge not yet fully paying off against Mist today. Mist takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defied the odds so far. It looks like the rank 23 player is just too sharp for the favorite right now. Let's see if Ignis can pivot. Mist keeps the distance, sitting comfortably at 8-5. His recent form has been incredibly high across the board. That was effortless. He keeps the pressure high as he starts chipping away at that deficit. Expectations are starting to align with the ladder standings. Mist holds that high ground and puts another dent in the favorite's comeback attempt. A great response given how he's fared in the last few hours. Unreal. He claws back from the ramp in a total war of attrition, barely surviving with a sliver of health. Pure willpower from the favorite to secure that one. Mist holds a free round cushion as we hit 17. That's a huge confidence boost for him after a rough day overall. Mist is putting a real chokehold on this match, making it look like a total landslide right now. Absolutely wild. He claws his way out of that disaster, winning an incredibly tight exchange by a hair. That's a high-level raid from a top 10 player. A lightning-fast response to put him just one round away from victory. Huge shot there by Ignis to stay in the fight as we head into the final stretch. That was a decisive exchange to keep things interesting. Game over. He wipes the floor with a perfect shot to close things out. He really fought back to get a statement victory today, especially since he usually struggles this much against that opponent. Welcome to Fast Aim. Lancer and Mist are ready to face off, with the favorite looking for another strong victory. Unbelievable, both fought for control of the ramp and Lancer barely scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer currently holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history. You know, it's making this early struggle even more surprising since he's typically been the one to come out on top against Mist. Let's see if he can find his composure. Mist is really capitalizing on the height advantage right now, taking control of this early stretch. Lancer is really fighting a tough fight after his recent loss to Ignis. Mist just catches him right as he steps up the ramp, putting some real pressure on this match. Mist simply outreacted him from the ramp to keep the streak alive. A patient exchange here, but he finally secures the opening to close it out. He's currently fighting from the lower half of the ladder. Lancer really thought he had a secure spot on the ramp, but Mist just reacted faster than he could blink. Mist has a slight edge now, leading 5-4. The two of them are fighting a very tight battle for that middle spot on the ladder. Lancer has looking really struggled lately with a 13-23 record over the last day. It's clearly making this specific series much more of a battle than we expected. I'm wondering if he's just too cold to stop this current slide. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a very close start for both of them. Lancer has a stronger history here, but Mist is playing better on this specific map so far. Let's see if the switch helps Lancer. Mist is pulling away, holding a solid 8-5 lead. He's really looking for some revenge after that crushing loss on Dunes. Mist is dominating, pushing the score to a 9-5 lead. The odds for this one are shifting rapidly as the momentum swings. Lancer is finally showing some signs of life here, breaking that momentum Mist had built up. He's really fighting to close that rating gap today. Mist is cruising now with a commanding 10-6. Lancer needs to make a move fast, or he's just going to watch this one slide away. The higher ranking is really showing for Mist in this series. Absolutely untouchable right now, and he is just a single round away from the finish line. A tough spot to be in after that strong start. Lancer puts up a fight here, securing a clean win to keep the dream alive. He's found a bit of a spark at the worst possible time. And that's it. Mist closes out the series with a final burst of precision to take the victory. He really just dominated the pace out there. Lancer's having a rough run today, and he just couldn't find an answer for those lightning fast shots. Welcome to the arena. Lancer takes on the favorite, Ignis, in today's opening match. Ignis has a huge history of success here, winning 59% of their past matchups. He's definitely coming into this series with a psychological advantage. Lancer needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to shake this pattern. Ignis is really putting the pressure on Lancer now. This is definitely a tough climb for someone outside the top 20. Lancer managed to take a round, but Ignis immediately shuts that down to maintain control. The gap in their current form is really starting to show. Ignis is holding a slim 3-2 lead right now. He's fighting through a rough stretch after those 2 losses today. Lancer has clawed back to tie things up at 3-all. He's really shaking off those earlier losses today. Ignis is really picking up the pace with these rounds ending almost as soon as they start. That high seat is starting to feel comfortable out there. Absolute deadlock now with Lancer and Ignis tied up. He's fighting against some really tough recent form today. Ignis edges ahead once more with a 5-4 lead. It is a familiar sight given their last encounter on Mappas. It's a complete toss-up right now. Neither player is letting the other pull away for long. Ignis just barely reclaimed the lead, 6-5. Lancer's recent struggle in the league is certainly weighing on him. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Lancer is playing way above his rank right now. He is staring down a top 10 opponent and refusing to blink. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, taking a 7-6 lead. This is a huge shift from those rough results he's seen recently. Lancer has a tough history here, having lost nearly 60% of his lifelong encounters against Ignis. Well, he's completely flipped the script in this series so far. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going through the closing rounds. Lancer just blew through that defense, picking him right off the boost to push the lead to 10. His recent form has been brutal, but he's finally found his footing. Another effortless one for him, continuing a terrifying run of form. Ignis finally holds the slide, getting a crucial round back. He definitely has more experience in these high-pressure situations. Lancer wins another intense exchange, putting himself in a position to close out the series. Lancer is truly defying the odds in this series. Unbelievable. He digs deep in a brutal fight to close out the match and secure the victory. Just an absolutely stunning turn of events. He's really stepping up and proving that the history books don't mean a thing today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Ignis are facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking for a strong victory. Ignis enters this match with a strong record of 26-11 over the last day. It's clearly carrying a lot of momentum into this server. While Mist did manage to take their most recent head-to-head, the overall history heavily favors the top 10 ranked player. Ignis holds a slim lead as we hit round 3. A commanding presence from the top 10 seed so far. We've got a real dead heat here. Both these players are refusing to let the other pull away. Mist is suddenly in control with a 3-2 edge. The underdog is really making his presence felt right now. He's simply too fast right now, taking a third consecutive round without taking a single hit. Absolutely ruthless. He's now claiming 4 straight. The gap in their ladder standings isn't telling the whole story today. He's completely in control of the server, picking up another clean round to push the score to 6-2. An unexpected turn of events for the top 10 player. What a scramble. Ignis narrowly survives the exchange to take the fight from that box. He really squeezed every bit of life out of those last few points. He's refusing to go away, securing another flawless round to chip away at that deficit. The early pressure from the higher seed is starting to pay off. Another swift finish as he continues to steamroll back into this game. The momentum shift is real, putting things back on a knife edge. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's absolutely refusing to be intimidated by the rankings here. He's firmly in the driver's seat, but we've seen how quickly this map can flip. Fresh start for both players. Ignis has won 66% of their all-time clashes, which makes this current deficit quite a shock. He's usually the one dictating the pace in this rivalry. It's going to take a huge mental shift if he wants to close this gap. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. He needs to keep this energy up to close the distance. Mist is putting some serious distance between himself and the higher seeded player right now. The higher seed is struggling to find any answers here. Mist just keeps climbing, now sitting comfortably at 10-7. He is starting to look like the favorite again. That was a total blur. He's refusing to let his opponent put his game away. He's simply not letting up. Putting together a 3-game run to bring this right back to a 1-round diff. Total composure from him in the clutch right now. Unreal. He survives an absolute war of attrition to tie this series up at 10-10. He's just completely erased that early lead from the first half. He is simply unstoppable right now, picking up his 5th straight to take the lead. The higher seed is finally acting like the favorite. What a scramble. The momentum swings again as Mist claws back a tie at 11-11. He's playing with zero fear against the rank 10 seed. He's showing incredible grit, securing a huge round to put himself on match point. He's really proving why the odds were so lopsided. Unbelievable. Ignis claws his way back from the brink to seal the match. He really fought through the fire there, especially with those 2 times he almost went down. Truly an incredible display. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. Lancer and Mist are jumping into a duel on orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a historical lead with 758 wins against Mist, and honestly seeing him take the opening round makes that long-term edge feel very relevant. He might be entering this with a rough patch, but the confidence is returning. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Lancer seems determined to bounce back after that loss on fast aim. Mist is starting to look a bit shaky here, struggling to find any answers for Lancer's current pace. He's playing like he's already forgotten that loss on fast aim. He's just not letting up, taking control with a very strong run of 3. The ladder gap is barely a factor right now. A fierce exchange of fire, but he emerges on top to extend that streak to 4. Lancer is making quick work of that ranking disadvantage. He just keeps winning these exchanges, extending his hold on the series. His current form is a complete reversal of those last 10 games. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but Mist manages to scrape through this one. He's showing a bit more resilience than those first few games. Emotion Mid has a decent 48% all-time win rate, and he's showing some real stability right now. It's clear he's refusing to let Lancer pull away after those early rounds. Now he's just trying to keep this heat going to close the gap. Emotion Mid. Lancer is absolutely dominating with a massive 8-3 lead. Lancer takes a huge lead heading into the break at 9-3. I mean, nobody expected this level of separation given how close their map rates are. Mist is gonna need a massive response to keep this series alive. Time to see if Mist can adapt. Mist finds a lifeline to bring it to 9-4. He is definitely enjoying his time in the upper half of the rankings. Lancer pushes back again, extending his lead to 10-4. It is really starting to look like the favorite's advantage is showing. Mist is putting up a fight, trading rounds back and forth to stay in this. He's really digging in to prove his higher seed today. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. He's definitely carrying that confidence over from their last meeting. Lancer is closing in on the finish line, making it very difficult for Mist to find any momentum today. A brutal slugfest of a round, but Lancer outlasts him to put himself in a position to end this match right now. Unbelievable. He finishes the series with a fierce exchange to secure a 13-6 victory. Lancer really tightened up the screws in that second half to make a statement after his early loss. Welcome everyone to the arena. Today we have Lancer and Ignis facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Ignis usually dominates this pairing, winning about 59% of their historical meetings. It's interesting to see that dominance shaking since Lancer just took the first round. We'll see if he can keep the momentum shifted in his favor. Lancer is absolutely taking over this opening set, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. Tough start for the higher rated player on the ladder. A solid response from Ignis, digging his heels in to get back on the board. He's showing a bit more grit than the early round suggested. Lancer is putting on a clinic with a 4-1 lead. Tough run of form for the top 10 seed today. Another smooth take for Ignis, who looks determined to close the gap. He's fighting back hard after that rough. Lancer has really shaken things up today, as he's coming off a strong win against Ignis in their most recent meeting. It's making this current scoreline feel a lot more natural despite the historical gap. Now we just have to see if he can maintain this pressure. Lancer holds a commanding 6-3 grip on this series. Just an incredibly tight series so far for the lower ranked player. Lancer is putting serious pressure on the board right now, and he's really starting to distance himself. He looks far more comfortable than those earlier matches suggest. Lancer is firmly in control at 7-4. Ignis is definitely feeling the impact of that 25-11 run today. Lancer enters the break with a healthy 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely defying the odds right now. The 10 seed is struggling to keep up with the pace of the lower rated player. Let's see if Ignis finds his footing. Lancer stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. The top 10 seed is starting to find his legs. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. A really rough run for the top 10 seed today. That was almost instantaneous. Lancer is just clicking heads with an incredibly fast pace right now. A huge gap now. Lancer leads 10-6. Definitely looks like the more experienced veteran in these skirmishes. Ignis claws back, but Lancer still holds a 10-7 edge. The higher rated side is finally putting on some pressure. Lancer is refusing to let Ignis build any momentum here, shutting down that small comeback attempt immediately. Ignis is finally chipping away at that deficit, and we might be seeing a real turn of the tide here. The 10,000 games of experience for Ignis are starting to show. Lancer catches him right off the ramp, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Unreal. Lancer seals the deal right there and closes out the series. He's just completely dominated this head-to-head today, proving he can go toe-to-toe with the best in the league. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Ignis are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. What a scrap. Ignis barely scrapes through a brutal firefight to take the opening round. He has dominated this matchup historically. Ignis really dominates the direct matchups between these two with over 450 total round wins. But Mist is currently shaking off a rough patch and trying to flip the script today. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pressure. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Ignis is definitely feeling the pressure of his recent 25-12 run. Ignis is really making his presence felt early on, keeping the pressure on Mist with that fast reaction. Ignis is pulling away now with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's really justifying that ranking gap right now. Mist narrows the gap to 3-4 after that play. Mist is proving his reliability against the top quartile opponent. Ignis has a solid 25 wins across his games today. That level of consistency is starting to show as he maintains control here. Now the question is whether Mist can actually find a way to bridge that gap before things get too far out of hand. Pure chaos now as Mist levels it at 5-all. The underdogs are fighting a hard battle for control today. Ignis is really responding well to the challenges today, refusing to let Mist pull ahead in this one. We head into the break tied up at 6 apiece. Well, Mist is definitely playing above his ranking right now. He's refusing to back down against a high-tier opponent in this set. Time to see who blinks first. Mist takes a slim lead, pushing ahead 7-6. It's a tight fight for the number 24 seed. Ignis answers back to bring us level at 7. Neither side is giving an inch in this battle. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink to secure a nail-biter of a round. Another flawless exchange for Ignis as he extends his streak to 3 straight. He's making a habit of taking the win in these head-to-heads. Mist puts a stop to that run, bringing the gap back to a single round. A great look for a guy who struggled in his last 2 matches. We are completely tied up at 9 each. He's shaking off a tough start to the day. He's completely taken over, putting together 3 straight to reclaim the lead. The lower ranked player has completely flipped the script here. Absolutely crushing. He just keeps steamrolling through these rounds. His recent losses are clearly behind him now. Unreal. He barely walks away from that absolute war of attrition. Talk about a clutch response to keep this one alive. Everything is on the line now. We are staring at a total deadlock with the match effectively reset. An effortless shot puts him on the verge of victory. A quick, clean exchange to get the lead back. Boom. A lightning fast finish to seal the deal, and Mist secures the victory. He really pushed through those tight spots and finally broke the curse today. Ignis fought hard but just couldn't close it out. What a series. Welcome to Berserk League duels on red line. Lancer and Mist are ready for an intense battle to see who takes the win. What a scramble. Both players took heavy damage, but Mist barely manages to scrape through. Absolute chaos there. He nearly went down, but Lancer manages to claw back the lead to tie it up. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with over 700 wins. It's interesting because Mist is the one controlling the pace in this specific match. We'll see if Lancer can leverage that confidence to turn this around. Mist edges ahead 3-2, putting Lancer on the ropes. That's a tight matchup, considering how similar their career percentages are. Mist is really putting the pressure on, keeping a narrow lead as we head toward the midway point. Mist takes a commanding 4-3 lead into the next. He really likes the feel of these matchups lately. Lancer gets an incredible read from the ramp, and now the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Mist clings to a slim 5-4 lead right now. He's certainly fighting back after that tough loss on Orange. And just like that, Lancer has completely leveled the playing field. Things are looking a lot tighter than their most recent meeting. The pace is staying incredibly fast, but Mist is starting to look like he has the upper hand here. Both of these guys are sitting comfortably in the upper half of the ladder. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected to see. Lancer has the long-term head-to-head advantage, but is fighting an uphill battle right now. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Lancer is really locking in now, quickly clearing Mist off the ramp to bring this right back to a tie. Lancer seems to have the edge in their overall rivalry. We've got a dead heat at 7 apiece. The favorite is finally seeing things go his way. Mist is keeping himself in the driver's seat by quickly shutting Lancer down on that ramp. He's trying to avoid another blowout like that match on Orange. Both players are reacting incredibly quickly today. We are seeing a total stalemate with neither one able to pull away. Lancer is really starting to peel away here, securing another one from the ramp. His confidence is soaring after those 3 straight wins today. Mist manages to hold his ground on the ramp and secures that critical response round. He's really grinding back to get a fair shake in this series. Unreal, Lancer barely survives that exchange, clutching out the round with almost nothing left. The number 19 spot on the ladder is looking sharp today. Unbelievable. Lancer has forced a total deadlock at 10. A narrow 5-point rating gap keeps this an absolute toss-up. Heart-stopping finish. Lancer somehow digs deep and barely walks away from that carnage. That's already his 2nd victory against this opponent today. Lancer completely shuts him down with an effortless shot to bring himself to match point. Just an absolute blur of a trade for that round. Mist secures an incredibly clean trade from the ramp to keep the game alive. Mist is proving that the early underdog label was a bit premature. Absolute nails, biting finish. He survives by the skin of his teeth to force this match into overtime. They are practically identical in their rating for this duel. The intensity is through the roof now. Lancer has reclaimed the lead and looks ready to close this out. He's putting his overall success in this rivalry on full display. Mist is completely unfazed by that ramp position, catching him right in the open. An absolute nail-biter of a series. Lancer is really feeling the heat now as Mist keeps piling on the pressure during this critical stretch. A really surprising shift in control given the long-term results here. He is absolutely on fire right now, putting an end to Lancer's run and moving within striking distance of a victory. Mist has completely seized control of the map. What a finish! Mist survives the war of attrition and closes out the series. He really fought through the chaos to get this done in overtime. Lancer did everything right, but he just couldn't close the door. What a battle!
Counter-terrorists win.
Ignis clearly has the overall advantage here, winning nearly 60% of their head-to-head encounters. But Lancer is the one who took the last match they played against each other. Now the question is whether the higher-rated player can shut down that momentum. Welcome everyone, we're on Fast Aim today with Lancer and Ignis. Let's see if the favorite can close this one out.
Terrorists win.
Lancer's on a tear, holding a slim 2-1 lead. He's really showing no fear against a higher rated opponent. Ignis used the elevation of the ramp perfectly to keep this series locked in a dead heat. A really tough grind for the number 24 spot today. Lancer just outpeaked him right there on the ramp to take a commanding lead. A stark contrast to his recent loss to Mist. Lancer is just too fast right now, taking control of the map from the ramp. Lancer just dismantled him from the window, extending that streak to 3. It's a rough turn of events for a player who's had a productive day so far. Ignis finds his footing, knocking Lancer off the ramp to cut the deficit. A huge shift in energy for the man currently sitting lower on the ladder. Lancer is really capitalizing on a strong start, putting a significant dent into the overall head-to-head record. You can tell he's feeling confident after that previous victory against Ignis earlier today. He's looking to really break the spirit of the top-seeded player here. What a scrap. He barely closed out the win from that exchange, keeping his lead firmly intact. He's really making a statement against a top 12 opponent. Lancer heads into the break with a heavy 9-3 lead, and honestly it's a shock. He is completely ignoring the rankings right now to put the top seeded player in a huge hole. Time for a total reset. Ignis fights back, narrowing the gap to 9-4. The higher ranked player is finally starting to show some resilience. Lancer pushes his lead to 10-4 after that. He really isn't letting the rating gap intimidate him today. Lancer is absolutely flying right now. He's putting on a show against the higher seed. That was a blink and you miss it. Ignis is showing just enough fire to stay in this, preventing the match from slipping away entirely. Lancer has the lead, but Ignis is starting to string these together now. Ignis is playing a bit more like his usual self after a tough start. Lancer manages to edge him out in another ramp battle, placing him just one step away from victory. That is a huge result for the lower seed. Lancer shuts the door with a perfect finish, taking it all home. Truly dominant performance from the underdog to really put a dent in those head-to-head numbers. Welcome to the arena. We have Mist taking on Ignis in a battle where the favorite looks to dominate. Ignis holds a massive historical advantage, taking a huge majority of their previous matchups. It means Mist is fighting an uphill battle if he wants to shake the mental edge that usually comes with despairing. Mist is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. The momentum has shifted completely. After starting fast, Mist has let Ignis back into this one. Mist just pulls ahead again, holding a 3-2 lead. He's capitalizing on the confidence from their last meeting. Mist is simply untouchable right now, moving to 4-2. The 13th seed is really struggling to get things sorted here. Ignis holds his ground and uses that height on the ramp to tie things up. Mist has played a huge number of games in the league, totaling over 4,800 matches to date. It's interesting to see that experience translating into such a confident lead today. He's proving that he can trade blows with a higher rated opponent. Mist is firmly in control now, leading 6-4. Ignis is really feeling the pressure after a tough run of games. These rounds are flying by. Mist is just quicker to the trigger right now. He is really putting those head-to-head stats in the rearview mirror. Mist holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything about the numbers pointed toward Ignis taking this comfortably. The underdog is simply refusing to back down despite the historical gap. Time to see if Ignis awakens. Mist stretches his lead to 8-5 and looks dominant. The rating difference isn't showing up in the server tonight. Mist is just cruising now at 9-5. Both of these competitors are fighting for a tough set of results lately. Another one for the lead. He is just completely on fire right now. The higher rated player is struggling to find any answers. Ignis finally breaks through, keeping the score at 10-6. The number 13 rank is finally starting to show some teeth. Mist is putting a serious stranglehold on this series, leaving Ignis with very few options to climb back. A very different outcome compared to their typical clashes. What a response. He shut the door on that mini run and now stands on the verge of victory. The underdog's early lead didn't quite hold up this set. Ignis manages to secure a huge kill from the box to stay alive in this series. He barely survived that a split second before the end. Ignis holds the line and takes another round, refusing to let his opponent walk away with the set. Ignis is completely on a roll now, taking his third straight to keep this series alive. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he manages to survive the scramble with the skin of his teeth. The momentum has shifted entirely towards the trailing player. Unbelievable. He's simply too fast, extending his streak to 5 and keeping his hopes alive. Absolute insanity. Ignis survives an intense brawl to force a tie and send this game into overtime. Lightning fast reaction from Mist to regain the lead in this sudden death fight. It's a dangerous spot for the higher rated side to be in. He's putting the pressure right back on Ignis, who just can't seem to find a way to break this latest run. He's simply on another level right now, putting a huge amount of pressure on the closing game. He has completely shut down any hope for a late game rally. What a clean stop. Ignis stays sharp and keeps the dream alive. He looked completely calm during that exchange. The skill gap is clearly closing as this set drags on. He keeps the fight alive with a perfect shot, refusing to let the series end just yet. Pure instinct on that turn. Flawless shot gives him a huge advantage as he storms back into a tie. He is playing with a completely different energy now. Mist just snatched back a slim lead at 16-15. Deadlocked at 16-all. We are back to a stalemate. Ignis just takes the lead at 17-16. The gap in experience is barely noticeable at this stage. Ignis is pulling away with an 18-16 advantage. A really gutsy performance to claw back into this lead. Ignis is now cruising with a commanding 19-16 lead. He really clawed his way back from the brink in a total nail-biter. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a battle. Welcome to the stream. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off on orange for this match. What a fight. Mist just barely claws out the first round in a total slugfest. The overall head-to-head stats suggest Lancer should have the upper hand here. Lancer owns the historical edge here with over 750 wins in their head-to-head history. But Mist is clearly the one controlling the tempo in this specific series. I wonder if the momentum from their previous meeting is starting to weigh on Lancer's confidence. We're all squared up now. It's anyone's game. Really a toss-up between these two on the ladder right now. Mist is starting to build a nice little cushion here, but we've seen these two trade rounds back and forth all series. Lancer and Mist are locked in a dead heat. They're virtually identical on the ladder right now. Lancer pulls ahead, leading the count 4-3. Lancer is really making his move after that rough outing against Ignis. Absolute mayhem in that exchange, but he scrapes through with a tiny bit of health to take his third straight. He's firmly in control of this specific encounter. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brawl to keep the momentum rolling with another victory. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting on Red Line. He just can't be stopped right now, taking another duel to extend this round to 5. A huge turn of events given Mist's victory in their most recent encounter. He's just completely in control of the server, taking another one to keep the streak alive. He's really making the most of this server right now. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected this to be a toss-up, but he's simply outplaying everything. Mist is throwing at him right now. That 7-round surge put him in a great spot. Mist needs a complete reset here. The gap in this specific series is widening, and looking at the ladder, it's wild because they're basically tied for 19th. It's clear that Lancer has found a way to solve the puzzle this time around. Now he's just looking to close the door. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, walking away without a single scratch as he reaches match point. What a scramble! Mist barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of life remaining. He's fighting for every single point now. He's waking up at the perfect time, picking up a second consecutive point to slow the momentum. He's finally found his footing after a rough start. He's simply refusing to go quietly, putting up a third straight point here. The underdog is finally putting up a fight. Lancer slams the door shut to close out the set. He really stepped up his game today, proving why he's got the edge in this long-term rivalry. Welcome to Italy. Today we have Lancer and Ignis facing off in a battle where the favorite faces a tough test. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange to take the early lead. A really strong start for the favorite today. Ignis has a strong historical advantage, leading their head-to-head total by nearly 300 rounds. It's interesting because Lancer actually took their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion. He'll need to rediscover that confidence quickly if he wants to close this gap. Lancer answers back with a crisp shot to get another on the board. Tight opening, few frames for the higher seed. He's refusing to back down and keeps the pressure mounting with another lightning fast win. Absolute perfection from the challenger, erasing that deficit to tie things up. He regains the lead with a slower exchange to take control again. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure of this series. Ignis has been an absolute machine today, going 24-12 over the last 24 hours. Well, it's clear he's using that momentum to establish a steady grip on this series. We'll see if Lancer has a response before things get out of hand. Ignis is pulling away now, leading it 6-4. He's currently sitting as the higher ranked player on our ladder. Lancer is digging deep here and manages to secure a perfect round before the side swap. That provides a lot of breathing room before the sides flip. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break, and honestly this is exactly what we wanted to see. The favorite is showing his class, though Lancer has kept this close despite that heavy historical deficit. Lancer needs a big push now. Unbelievable. Ignis hangs on by a thread to survive that absolute brawl. He's just getting an incredible amount of luck with his health totals. Ignis is dominating the flow, now sitting at 9-5. He's really showing that ranking edge right now. He's just too fast right now, capitalizing on a long trade to extend the gap. The gap in their historical records is really starting to show. Lancer shuts him down from the wine to get back in the game. He's certainly looking a lot more comfortable than his overall record suggests. Ignis is firmly in command with a free round cushion. He's fighting back well despite that overall deficit. He's completely taken over now, racking up 3 straight to put some serious pressure on his opponent. Simply won the duel, keeping a comfortable gap as he approaches the finish line. Lancer is showing great spirit here, snapping that run of losses with an effortless headshot. He keeps the momentum shifting, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. A huge swing in momentum for the underdog. A sudden correction here as Ignis puts himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer really needs to find an answer to keep this going. Game over. He puts on a final display of pure skill to close it out. Lancer really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't find that final gear. He had to work for that one. Welcome back, everyone. We're on Dunes for a fresh duel between Mist and the heavily favored Ignis. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that opening clash, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Ignis has won 66% of their head-to-head meetings over the years, and that historical dominance is showing today. It's clear he's carrying the confidence from their last encounter into the series. Now we just have to see if Mist can disrupt that pattern. He's simply too fast right now, claiming his third straight point. The higher seed is certainly making his presence felt here. A quick response from Mist, keeping the gap manageable. He's fighting for air after a rough 14-22 outing today. We are all square now, a total deadlock. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Absolutely effortless. He's on a roll now, taking full control of the map. A huge contrast to how he's been playing throughout the day. A precise burst ends that exchange, leaving the tally completely even. Mist finally grabs the lead with a 5-4 advantage. His opponent seems to be struggling to maintain that early momentum. Mist is really putting on a show, managing to push his win rate on this map over 50%. And it's an impressive turnaround considering his tough start to the day. He's completely ignored the ratings gap to take a commanding lead here. Let's see if he can maintain this pressure. We head into the break tied at 6-6. Well, this isn't the easy win we expected for the favorite. Mist is holding his ground and looks ready to push for a surprise victory here. Time to see who blinks first. Mist pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. He is really pushing back against the rank difference now. Ignis fights back to bring the tally back to 7 apiece. Just a huge difference in their recent form throughout the day. Ignis is really starting to pull away here, showing just how dangerous he is when he gets a momentum shift. And we are locked at 8 apiece once again. A surprising turn of events, given how the two fared in their last meeting. Ignis edges ahead now, clutching a narrow 9-8 lead. His experience in over 10,000 career matches is starting to show. These two are simply refusing to let the other pull away. It's a complete toss-up right now. Mist claimed the advantage, stepping up to a 10-9 lead. He is really making a case for himself as a dark horse. Ignis hammers home a point to keep things level. Both of these guys are looking completely identical on the scoreboard. Absolutely insane, he survives by the thinnest of margins to take a 2-round lead. Unbelievable resilience for the number 24 ranked player. He's completely in control, moving just 1 step away from the victory. A complete reversal from the early expectations. A fast reaction from Ignis to keep this fight alive. He needed that response to stay in contention. What a finale! He closes out the series and secures the victory right here. He really dug deep to get his first victory over a player who's traditionally owned him. Talk about a statement win, he had to work for that. Welcome to the show. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Mapas in a very close matchup. Good luck to both. What a scramble. Lancer barely walks away from that one, surviving by a thread. Total coin flip on paper, but the head-to-head edge is showing. Lancer is leading the all-time head-to-head with over 700 wins in this rivalry, but seeing as Mist just won their most recent encounter, the momentum feels shifted. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge holds. Lancer is dominating things right now, sitting at 3 apiece. Things are playing out exactly as expected for the favorite. Lancer just keeps rolling, putting a serious dent in Mist's early confidence. A fierce exchange, but Lancer comes out on top to push his streak to 4. He's playing like the slightly better seat right now. Mist finally manages to claw one back, preventing his opponent from running away with this set. They're nearly identical in the rankings, so this could go either way. Lancer entered today with a struggling 16-20 record. It's a contrast to how clearly he's controlling this particular series. I wonder if he's finally finding his footing after a tough run of games earlier today. Lancer has a massive lead at 7-3. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Mist needs to find a way to slow things down. Lancer is simply too quick for him right now. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a tight fight between these two, but this has been a complete mismatch. Mist is looking completely lost in this opening half. Time to see if Mist wakes up. Unreal. Both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to scrap his way through with almost nothing left. Lancer is making this look far too easy, just blinking through these rounds. It's a mirrored performance of their last outing on Aim Orange. He's completely in control now, just one round away from the finish line. A sharp response from Mist, keeping his hopes alive with a perfect shot. A clean wipe from the underdog to break that momentum. Another quick response from Mist, who just refused to let the pressure get to him. The underdog is finally putting up a fight. A brutal back and forth exchange, and he continues to tear through the opposition. The momentum has completely shifted in this sequence. And that is it. Lancer closes the deal with a flawless final shot to take the series. He really looked an entire level above today, proving that his historical edge in this rivalry is no fluke. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Ignis are facing off on Fast Aim today, where Ignis enters as the slight favorite. Ignis normally holds a significant advantage in the head-to-head, winning nearly 60% of their clashes. But he's been having a bit of a rough time throughout the day compared to Lancer. It'll be interesting to see if that early lead holds up. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really looking consistent across his matches today. Lancer has answered back quickly and we're completely deadlocked now. The match is wide open despite Ignis being the favorite. Ignis is really punishing any attempt to take height, taking Lancer right off the ramp. That's already another win for him today. Ignis is pulling ahead, now leading by 2. He's definitely in top form today with 23 wins already. He just completely shuts down that push from the ramp, putting himself firmly in command. Lancer stays composed and earns a perfect round to keep the pressure on. He's proving to be a tougher opponent than the odds suggested. Ignis is currently sitting on a 23-13 record for the day, and honestly that high volume of wins is translating into a really strong pace right now. Lancer needs to find a way to disrupt that energy before the lead grows too large. Ignis is just dominating with a huge 7-3 lead. Lancer is having a tough time replicating the success he had earlier against Mist. Lancer really puts on a show there, catching him with a nice shot from the ramp. He's certainly playing a bit better than his historical 43% rate. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, this is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's simply been more consistent and Lancer is struggling to bridge that gap. Let's see who comes out faster. A fierce battle for height there. But Ignis manages to secure the spot and push his lead to 3. A solid result for a player who's currently 13th on our ladder. Unbelievable. Lancer scrapes through a total war of attrition, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Absolutely clutch fighting to stay in this match. He takes another one from the ramp, showing some real grit to chip away at this deficit. Lancer is certainly making his presence felt in this series. Simply electric. He's erased that deficit completely to even the score at 8-8. Lancer is completely ignoring the odds at this point. He's just completely shifted the flow of this game, taking full control with a rapid fire kill. Ignis answers back immediately to keep things level. It's a total toss-up now for the final 4. Ignis barely holds the edge at 10-9. A tough spot for Lancer, knowing he already dropped their previous encounter. What a fight! He picks Ignis right off the ramp to bring us completely level. Lancer is putting a huge amount of pressure on him now. Another absolute lightning strike as Lancer surges forward to take a 1-round lead. Neither one of them is giving an inch today. We are looking at a total deadlock heading into the final stretch. He takes a clean round for himself, putting the pressure squarely on the opponent. He's really flipping the script on the original projection. Cautious battle that finally settles, forcing this absolute thriller into overtime. Lancer is definitely fighting the trend of their previous encounter. That was an effortless shot, and he's now just a single step away from closing this out. Absolute precision on that final shot to seal it. Ignis reads the angle perfectly, cutting Lancer down while he's still trying to establish himself on the ramp. Ignis is really starting to stretch his lead, putting Lancer in a very difficult spot. He remains untouchable in these critical moments, refusing to break while leveling the series at 14-14. Lancer is on a roll now, moving within one single point of victory. The momentum has completely shifted since their last head-to-head. What a finish! Lancer completes an incredible climb back to take the whole series. That was a huge statement in overtime. He really dug deep to shake off the ghost of their last encounter. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone. We've got a great matchup on Orange today as Mist takes on the heavily favored Ignis. Ignis has a crushing historical advantage here, winning about 66% of their lifetime meetings. And while Mist managed to pick up a win in their most recent clash, the overall weight of those numbers usually leans toward the favorite. We'll see if that trend sticks. Ignis is looking strong, holding a 2-1 lead. The number 13 seed is starting to find his stride. The momentum has completely shifted back and forth early on, leaving us in a dead heat. Ignis puts the pressure on with a 3-2 edge. He's definitely the higher rated player in this pairing. What a nail biter. Both players poured it all into that exchange, but Ignis barely claws away with the win. Absolutely wild. Mist barely escapes that one alive after a chaotic firefight. The 13 seed has been putting in a lot of hours today. Ignis has really shifted gears with that 23-14 record today. I mean, seeing him put up those numbers across his series makes this current lead feel almost inevitable. It looks like he's simply outperforming everyone he's faced so far today. Total deadlock now with Mist tying it up at 5. Really putting the seed rankings to the test right now. A completely clean trade here, and Mist keeps the heat rolling into the final round of the half. He looks completely unfazed by the pressure. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead Well, this is a huge surprise given how much better the numbers looked for the 13th seed. He's struggling to close things out after that scary 4-round run by Mist. Time for the swap. Unreal. He survives a total war of attrition to take a round that felt completely lost. That was an absolute nail-biter of a survival. Mist is firmly in control now with an 8-6 cushion. He is currently battling his way out of the middle of the pack. Ignis answers back, narrowing the gap to 8-7. He's certainly showing the class of a top 15 player. Mist is starting to pull away here, putting some breathing room between himself and the favorite. Mist is really surging ahead to a 10-7 lead. His recent form has been a struggle, but he's dominating this series. A completely effortless exchange here, as the favorite proves he's not going down without a fight. The seed rankings really are out the window in this one. Mist is putting a huge amount of pressure on this set, rapidly closing in on a finish. He's proving that the rank gap is almost irrelevant today. He's showing real grit here, shutting the door on that last exchange to keep this game alive. He's really digging in for his comeback attempt. A tense battle of nerves, but he edges ahead to claim the advantage. The pressure is mounting heavily for the favorite now. What a finish! Mist outlasts him in a brutal trade to seal the victory. He just completely shook the standings with that performance. It's a massive result given how often he's been outplayed by the veteran in the past, hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Lancer holds a clear lead in their overall head-to-head history. But he had a tough time in his previous match on this map about an hour ago. It will be interesting to see if he can shake that off today. Things are deadlocked now with Lancer and Mist tight. He's certainly looking for a repeat of that 13-6 blowout from earlier. Lancer has the edge now, leading by 1. This is just another strong showing from the 15th rank on the ladder. Mist is really fighting back. He's not letting Lancer walk away with this one easily. Mist is on a roll now, taking that duel right from the wine crates. The odds were with the other guy heading into this series. And we are back to a stalemate at 3 apiece. Their historical numbers are so close, it's almost a coin toss. Goodness, what a scrap. Mist somehow survives that chaotic exchange with a tiny sliver of health. Mist is really putting the pressure on now. It's wild to see him holding the lead, given he's lost over 600 rounds to Lancer historically. He's playing with a lot of confidence today. Now he just needs to keep this momentum shifting in his favor. A complete deadlock as both players sit at 5. Mist is just too quick, shutting Lancer down immediately while he was tucked away on those crates. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the switch. This is exactly what we expected to see from two players so close in the rankings. It's a dead even split so far. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer pulls ahead by a single round here. It's a tough day at the office for someone already sitting at 16-21. Mist answers back, bringing the tally back to 7 apiece. Mist has been out playing a lot of top competition throughout the day. Lancer is really starting to apply the pressure here. He's just a couple of quick wins away from closing this out. Lancer's firmly in control with the 2-round cushion. His 70% win rate over the last 10 is looking very real. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking a 3rd straight round in a flash. What a fight! Mist clings on through a total war of attrition to keep his hopes alive. Pure grit to survive that fight. Lancer is putting on the pressure now, just 2 steps away from a big win. Lancer looks far more comfortable here than he did in that previous loss to Ignis. What a fierce trade. Lancer comes out on top from the wine and now holds match point. The momentum is firmly with the favorite now. Mist manages to find his mark and keeps the dream alive. A quick response to put a dent in those plans. Lancer secures the map with a hard-fought victory in a wild final shootout. Mist put up a massive fight and survived those close calls, but that raw speed was just too much. What a match! Welcome to Red Line. We've got Lancer and Ignis facing off today, and the favorite is looking to dominate this match. Lancer puts on the pressure early by picking him right off the ramp. He's looking to shake off those 3 recent losses. Ignis has historically controlled this rivalry, winning nearly 60% of their past meetings. He should be the one dictate the flow here. It's surprising to see him struggling so much in the opening of this series. Lancer is cruising right now with a healthy 3-1 lead. A really tough stretch for him today after those other recent losses. These rounds are moving incredibly fast. Ignis is just lighting up the scoreboard today. Lancer just shut that down instantly, putting Ignis on his heels after that ramp attempt. Lancer is really capitalizing on the slow start from his opponent. Lancer's just relentlessly pushing his lead to 5-2. Lancer already took one from him on fast aim earlier today. Lancer is completely taking over, extending the lead to 6-2. Things are looking very different from the expected outcome here. Ignis comes out on top in a brief clash on the ramp. Ignis definitely knows how to trade blows with him. He's showing a lot of heart, digging back in and claiming another round. Lancer is fighting a tough battle today despite the lead. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking another round and closing the gap to 1 just before the break. The favorite is finally starting to find his footing in this one. We are all square at 6-6. I mean, Lancer is definitely holding his own against a tougher opponent. He's refusing to be pushed around, and this is turning into a real nail-biter. Time to see who blinks first. He's staying aggressive, claiming another round to take a slim lead. Just a glance at his form lately, and this makes total sense. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. The 15 seed is proving a real problem for his counterpart. A bloody exchange there, but the comeback artist finds his mark to seize a narrow lead. Lancer is really fighting the uphill battle we expected from the bracket. Unbelievable. Lancer clings to life with a handful of health, barely surviving a chaotic exchange from the ramp. Absolutely clutch timing to keep this match perfectly even. Lancer is purely on fire right now, putting another one on the board after catching Ignis on the ramp. His recent form has been a real struggle lately. He's shown incredible grit, clawing his way back to tie this thing up. Everything is completely wide open now. Lancer edges ahead with a narrow 10-9 advantage. Lancer has really shaken off that tough loss to him from earlier today. What a precise shot to lock things up. We are back to a stalemate. Neither one of these two is willing to let the other pull ahead. Lancer is really putting his foot on the gas, now taking full control of the momentum. Ignis has certainly had a rough time with those recent results. A fierce battle on the ramp, and Ignis secures the edge to bring this a deadlock at 11-11. Absolutely electric timing to force this dead heat. Lancer recovers quickly and puts himself just one round away from victory. This is a massive shift from how the rankings projected this matchup. ENS-ATIONAL. Lancer secures the final blow to take the victory. He really dug deep for that one, but it's just too much for Ignis to overcome in the end. He had to fight for every single inch of that map. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Mist and Ignis facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Ignis holds a significant lead in their all-time head-to-head record. But that doesn't change the fact that Mist just took the first round. It'll be interesting to see if the underdog can continue to defy those historical numbers. Ignis claws back a lead, putting Mist on the ropes. He's showing why he sits higher on the ladder right now. These two are trading rounds back and forth. We've got a total deadlock on our hands. Neither player has found a real rhythm since their last meet. Ignis is barely holding on to that 3-2 lead. Coming off a tough run of losses today, he's managing to stay composed. Ignis really pulls away now, leading 4-2. This is exactly the kind of clinical form we expected from him. He secures another quick kill from the ramp, putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. A completely clean exchange from the ramp as he shows some real grit to close the gap. Still plenty of time for an upset to materialize here. He's proving incredibly tough to put away, putting the pressure back on his opponent. What a turn of events. He's completely flipped the script, erasing that deficit to bring things level. He picks up another point and keeps a slender lead going into the final round of the half. A quick recovery for the favorite here. We head into the break with Ignis holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out as we expected. He's outperforming his opponent, just like the history suggests, though Mist is still very much in the fight. Let's see if Mist can shake things up. Ignis is managing his matches quite well today with a 22-14 record, and that confidence is clearly translating into this specific duel. He's really pushing the pace now to make sure the lead doesn't slip away. A complete shutdown of the round as Mist refuses to back down. He's staying dangerous and refusing to let the favorite coast. He's completely shut down the opposition's momentum, keeping this rally alive. The pressure is really starting to mount on the leader. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit to bring this set all the way back to a tie. It's a total toss-up now, regardless of the initial rankings. He's just unstoppable right now, taking total control of the server with another lightning-fast kill. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He's absolutely on fire, taking a 5th straight round with a touch-free finish. The script has completely flipped for the favorite today. He is simply tearing through the opposition now, extending his streak to 6. A complete role reversal from how we expected this to start. Absolute perfection from Mist, who now stands on the threshold of victory. Just a complete collapse from the favorite in the second half. Incredible. He puts an exclamation point on this series, completing a legendary comeback to take it all. He's just completely redefined the head-to-head rivalry today. A wild swing in momentum to secure the victory. What a game. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Mist are stepping onto fast aim to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Lancer gets an early lead by taking control of the ramp. He's carrying a lot of confidence into this one after a strong run today. Lancer's just too quick to react right now, making his presence on the ramp a huge problem for Mist. He's really capitalizing on that overall head-to-head lead. Mist enters this match with a slight advantage on this specific map given his 51% win rate. It's definitely an interesting contrast considering he's played in the shadow of Lancer for most of their career. We have to see if the map knowledge provides a real safety net here. Absolutely seamless. He completely shuts down Lancer to secure his third straight win. He's clearly looking to avenge that Italy match from earlier. He's just completely taking over this match and netting another clean victory. A really tough spot for the high-rated player to be in. Lancer finally answers back with a lightning fast shot to reclaim some ground. The higher-ranked player is starting to flex those muscles. Mist holds a narrow 2-round lead right now. Lancer is certainly feeling the pressure now after that tight finish. Lancer handles the business from the ramp, keeping this set incredibly close. He's fighting to maintain that dominant lifetime lead. Lancer is on fire, putting on a show from the window to bring this series right back to a deadlock. Coming into this set with a high win rate over his last 10. He's absolutely owning this map now, extending his run to 3 straight and moving into a 1-round lead. Lancer is certainly playing his best game today. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly how you'd expect a clash between two closely ranked players to look. Both guys have traded momentum, and it's a complete toss-up heading into the second half. Lancer secures another victory while holding the ramp, keeping himself comfortably ahead in the count. He's definitely leaning on that historical head-to-head advantage today. Lancer and Mist are deadlocked at 7 rounds each. A real battle of wills for these two upper half combatants. Mist has the edge now with an 8-7 lead. The lower ranked player is really finding his footing here. Lancer just needed a clean peek to knock Mist right off that ramp. He's definitely showing why he's the higher seed in this pairing. Lancer pushes ahead once more, reclaiming a slim advantage. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak and pushing his lead to 10. Mist really needs to find a way to disrupt this flow. Mist puts on a strong display from the ramp to halt the momentum. He's definitely clawing back after the tough defeat earlier today. Total parity again with Lancer and Mist sitting at 10. He's really stepping up for this particular duel. A complete slugfest that ends with Mist securing his 3rd straight victory. The momentum has shifted completely toward the 20 ranked player. Lancer keeps his cool in a slower exchange to bring the score level once again. Both of these players are really grinding out their day. a brutal exchange of fire. But he manages to secure the edge to reach match point. A precise sequence to put him in the driver's seat. And that's it. Mist finishes him off from the ramp to close out the series. He managed to outlast one of the most consistent players in the circuit today. He really dug deep to get this one. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a great matchup between Lancer and Ignis, with the favorite looking for a strong start. Ignis has historically won nearly 60% of their encounters, but the momentum shifted completely after their last meeting. Lancer has a fresh victory over this opponent and he's looking to turn that into a dominant lead early on. Lancer is really heating up, holding a tight 2-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on that 70% success rate lately. We've got a dead heat here. Neither player is willing to give an inch early on. The higher ranked man is starting to push back. Lancer's now leading 3-2 after that absolute masterclass. He's really taking advantage of that rough stretch his opponent is having. Ignis claws back to tie it up at 3-all. The higher rated man is proving why he's a constant threat. Lancer is really pushing the pace now, putting a lot of pressure on the higher seed. Ignis is certainly feeling the weight of that dismal 20% form lately. Pure chaos. Now we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. The higher rated player is clearly settling into this map. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, taking a commanding lead. He's really putting the pressure on his top 15 opponent. Both players are on high alert. These rounds are ending incredibly fast as soon as someone peeks. Lancer holds a narrow edge, leading 6-5. Lancer continues to fight the historical tide of this rivalry. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, we expected the favorite to control this, but he just looks lost right now. He's really struggling to keep up with Lancer's current form. Time to see who blinks first. Absolute madness in that exchange, but Ignis somehow walks away from the wreckage. That was a nail-biter, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. And just like that, Lancer's lead evaporates into a 7-7 deadlock. He's finally capitalizing on that 21-15 daily run. He is just in complete control right now, taking the round without breaking a sweat. He's absolutely untouchable right now, securing another effortless win to push his lead to 9-7. Lancer answers back immediately to cut that deficit to a single round. That's the sort of grit that makes this favorite underdog fight so unpredictable. Ignis is really starting to leverage that lifelong advantage, and we're seeing it as he builds a 2-round cushion. With his overall experience in these duels, he simply knows how to close out these narrow windows of opportunity. Lancer fights back and we're locked in a 10-10 stalemate. Coming off a tough loss to Mist, we're seeing him fight back here. Ignis is putting on a clinic in the late game, showing exactly why he's the higher seed. They are playing a mirror image of each other right now, trading blows back and forth. Total gridlock as we head into the final stretch. A sharp burst of fire puts him in the driver's seat, moving just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! Ignis closes it out with a sharp sequence to seal the victory. Lancer really pushed the pace and fought for every single point, but that surge in the middle of the map just proved too much to overcome. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Today we have Mist taking on the heavily favored Ignis on orange. Ignis really owns this rivalry, having won 65% of their historical meetings. It's interesting because Mist actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. He'll need that confidence to close the gap today. Ignis holds a tight lead, moving ahead 2-1. A sharp exchange to get back into this. Ignis is starting to build some serious speed here, quickly putting more distance between them. Ignis is cruising along with a slim 3-2 advantage. The top 15 battle is proving to be quite a toss-up. Mist fights back to make it a deadlock. His recent form looks a lot more consistent than what we've seen from the favorite. A complete shutdown of the opponent. He's just too fast right now, taking full control of the pace. He's proving the doubters wrong right now. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. This is becoming a nightmare for the favorite. What a scramble! He outlasts the exchange to secure a huge 5-round stretch. A total reversal of the expected outcome so far. He's showing plenty of grit, finally snapping that run to pull within 2. The underdog really knows how to keep this close. Mist is having a fantastic day with that recent 60% win rate over his last 10, and honestly, seeing that momentum translate into this specific series is impressive. He's completely defied the ladder expectations so far. Mist takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, the underdog is completely shifting the energy of this match. It's a surprising start for the favorite, who has usually owned this head-to-head. Mist maintains a solid 3-round cushion heading into 13. A fast start for the higher seeded player here. Mist is really stretching that lead to 9-5. The higher seeded player is really feeling the pressure here. Ignis is refusing to go quietly, trading blows with Mist as we enter the final stretch. Mist keeps the pressure on with a 10-6 lead. Mist seems to have his number today. Mist is moving closer and closer to the finish line, taking complete control of this set. Ignis is fighting to get back into this, making sure the end of the match isn't a blowout. Ignis is digging in and making this a real fight, refusing to let that lead slip away too easily. The ladder favorite is starting to find some answers here. Absolute precision from Mist to leave his opponent in the dust, and now he stands on the verge of victory. What a finish! Mist claims the victory right here. He's really putting a dent in that historic rivalry now, taking the series in a very convincing manner. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist take the stage on red line to see who comes out on top today. What a fight. Lancer just barely clings to life to take the opening round. A strong start for the favorite after that tough loss on fast aim. Lancer holds a solid edge in the overall head-to-head. It's just that Mist has the mental advantage right now after taking their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if that psychological weight slows Lancer down here. Both players were fighting for the same space on the ramp, but Lancer managed to come out on top in that scramble. Expectations are shifting after a really tough day for Lancer so far. Unreal, he survives a brutal trade from the ramp by the skin of his teeth to tie it up. Both of these guys are dancing on the edge of their health tonight. Mist holds a slim lead as we enter round 6. The momentum shift is huge considering he just came off an 11-13 loss to Ignis. Incredible survival, Lancer manages to claw back a tie with practically nothing left in the tank. The rivalry between these two is always incredibly tight. Lancer is really starting to find a groove here, quickly picking Mist off the ramp to take control of the series. These two are essentially mirroring each other right now, trade for trade. The parity between these two is just wild. Lancer is barely pulling ahead with a 5-4 lead. Their overall numbers are basically identical at this point. And we're deadlocked. Mist fights back to make it 5-all. He's really trying to capitalize on that early win today. These reactions are getting faster and faster. Neither of them is giving the other a second to breathe. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, this really validates the neutral expectations going into the match. We're seeing an absolute stalemate as both players trade shots perfectly. Fresh start for both now. Lancer puts the pressure on with a 7-6 lead. A total contrast from that previous set on fast aim. They are just swapping turns at this point, refusing to let the other one get a real lead. Lancer has the better long-term track record in this rivalry, and he's certainly making that historical edge felt right now. He's certainly playing like the better head-to-head option tonight. Lancer is really starting to separate himself here, stacking up the wins and creating a dangerous gap. A clean way to recover after that earlier loss to Ignis. He secures the vantage point on the ramp for another flawless win. The difference in confidence from that fast aim loss is night and day. Mist shows some real grit, winning a tough fight to cut the deficit to 2. That's a much faster pace to bring us into the final stretch. Lancer looks incredibly composed right now, putting a lot of pressure on Mist as we reach the end of the match. That was an intense trade, but he holds on to put himself 1 round away from victory. Mist finally finds an answer, slowing things down just as the finish line was in sight. He needed to secure a point here to stay in the game. What a finish! He shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He really fought hard to close the gap, but just couldn't find that final push to tie it up. Hard fought win. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Lancer taking on the favorite Ignis in this exciting showdown. Ignis has been incredibly consistent in this rivalry, winning nearly 60% of their encounters. And we saw that play out exactly as expected in their last head-to-head meeting. It looks like those historical patterns are starting to repeat themselves early on. Ignis holds the upper hand with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's clearly feeling the effects of that victory over Mist from earlier. Lancer has a lot of momentum right now, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. He's looking much sharper than in their last encounter. Unbelievable speed. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now. He's really shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. Ignis answers back immediately to keep this set perfectly level. The higher seed is definitely fighting to keep his lead. Ignis pulls ahead by 1, taking total control here. He's coming into this set with a solid 2016 record today. Lancer has forced a dead heat at 4 apiece. It's definitely a different story than that last time they played. Lancer is putting some serious pressure on here, continuing a very fast climb back into the lead. Oh, what a fight. Ignis just barely scrapes through that trade with a tiny sliver of health left. Lancer just can't find a way to break through right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws out the win despite being down to a single digit. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. While he's completely defined the script right now, Ignis entered as the heavy favorite, but he's struggling to keep pace with the underdog's early aggression. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Lancer stays in the driver's seat at 7-6. He really seems to have the edge in this specific matchup. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, boasting a 70% win rate over his last 10 sets. It's a massive shift in momentum compared to the struggle he's had in previous meetings. He's really forcing Ignis onto the defensive. Neither side is budging. We're locked in at 8-all. Lancer is really making this a nail-biter, keeping a steady grip on the lead as they push toward the finish. Lancer lets out a sigh as we're back to a 9-9 deadlock. Both of these guys are firmly entrenched in the top 15. Lancer clinches the lead, moving ahead 10-9. He is really shaking things up compared to their typical history. The intensity is ramping up as we head toward the finish. Neither one is willing to give an inch here. Lancer is really putting his opponent in a tough spot, finding the wins when they matter most. They're practically trading blows now. It's a complete toss-up who's going to seize the moment here. A total shutdown of the round, putting the pressure firmly back on Lancer. He's completely shut down the momentum shift. What a final shot. Ignis closes it out to take the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limits, but the experience in this particular rivalry just proved too much. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We have Mist and Ignis facing off on fast aim with the favorite looking to secure another victory today. Mist takes an early lead using that ramp positioning to get the jump on him. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Mist is just outreacting him right now, really capitalizing on those opening shots. What a fight. He claws his way out of that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. He certainly put up more wins against this opponent in the past. Ignis holds a massive historical lead in this rivalry with over 400 wins. It's a bit surprising to see him struggle so much here, given how often he's come out on top. He'll need to find a way to turn this around quickly. Ignis shuts that down quickly, catching Mist right as he tried to hold the ramp. Both of these guys are having a pretty intense day of play. Mist was just a step faster, cutting him down quickly while he was on the ramp. He's certainly proving that previous 13-8 result was no fluke. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece, it's a total toss-up. He's played a fair amount of games today already. Mist edges ahead by 1, taking a commanding lead. The rating difference is negligible here, so it's basically a coin toss. Mist has been surprisingly consistent today, picking up an 18 record over the last 24 hours, so yeah, it's looking like he's ignoring the usual pressure of facing the favorite. He's really forcing Ignis to play from behind here. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break, while this is turning into a real shocker. Despite that 65% historical win rate for Ignis, the underdog is completely holding his own here. Let's see if Ignis finds his rhythm. Mist is rolling now, pushing that gap to 8-5. Mist confidence is skyrocketing despite the rankings gap. Ignis is showing real grit here, walking away from that encounter without taking any damage. He's definitely trying to reclaim that early dominance. Mist is putting on a clinic here, just shutting down Ignis as he tried to push from the ramp. His recent form has been a bit shaky compared to the usual standard. Mist is just running away with this, leading 10-6. Ignis is really struggling to find an answer for him right now. Ignis secures another, but Mist still holds a 10-7 lead. He needs to lean on that experience from over 10,000 career matches. He's really tightening the screws now, making it very difficult for Ignis to build any momentum. He just puts himself on the verge of victory, knocking Ignis off that ramp. Absolutely ruthless efficiency from the underdog right now. And there it is. Mist closes the door with a perfect final strike to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the veteran today, moving a step closer to evening out that massive all-time deficit. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Lancer and Mist are ready to battle it out today on Mappas. What a fight. Mist barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny bit of health left. Lancer holds a 53% win rate over Mist throughout their long history together. That head-to-head advantage gave him the edge in their most recent match as well. We'll see if he can keep that psychological grip on his opponent today. He's just not letting up, putting together a 3-round burst to take control of the server. Unreal, he was almost out of it, but manages to survive and secure his 4th straight victory. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another rapid victory to keep this streak alive. Mist manages to answer back, finally breaking that wall. He looks sharp, especially after that convincing 13-7 victory over Ignis. He's refusing to go away, continuing this push to close the gap. A huge shift in the air as the pressure swings back. Absolute precision here as he cleans up the exchange to stay hot. Lancer quickly regains the upper hand to widen his lead. Lancer is coming into this session with a heavy workload, already playing 16 matches today. That volume of games often leads to mental fatigue, yet he's the one maintaining the pressure right now. We have to see if Mist can capitalize on those tired legs before the half. Lancer takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really capitalizing on that historic 53% head-to-head edge. Mist had a small run, but he hasn't found a way to sustain it yet. Time for Mist to dig in. Lancer's just cruising along with a commanding 9-4 lead. Things are playing out exactly as predicted for the favorite. Lancer is just dominant, extending it to 10-4. The two are barely separated on our rating list. He's back in control, picking up another round without taking a single hit. It's a tough spot for someone who's played as many matches as he has today. A slower exchange here, but Mist manages to trade shots and outlast his opponent. He's definitely showing the consistency that keeps him in the top 20. A grueling exchange ends in his favor, putting him just a single round away from victory. Lancer has simply been the more composed player today. A desperate push from Mist brings him back into the game and delays the inevitable. He's fighting for every single point. Another clean win for Mist, who is refusing to let this series slide away. He's on fire right now, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. What a conclusion. Lancer shuts the door with a perfect shot to seal the series. That's just another victory in the books for him against this particular opponent. Mist really tried to mount a comeback late, but couldn't find that final gear. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Lancer and Ignis facing off today in a very closely matched battle. Ignis typically holds a significant historical edge in their head-to-head battles. It's a gap that usually puts him in the driver's seat. However, we're seeing him struggle quite a bit in his last 10 appearances. It will be interesting to see if that slump persists here. Another fast exit for Ignis, who can't find any answer for Lancer's current form. Finally gets a round on the board for Ignis, showing some real guts to push back. The pre-match favorite is finally starting to show some life. Lancer is just dominating a 4-1 lead right now. He's clearly shaking off the rust from his recent tough outing against Mist. Lancer's just cruise controlling with a massive 5-1 lead. Lancer is putting that earlier loss to the number 13 seed behind him. Lancer is sitting on a decent 60% win rate across his last 10 outings. And honestly, it's that confidence we're seeing translate into this lead. He's definitely playing a different game than he was in his previous bouts. Now, let's see if Ignis can build on this response. Lancer is really pulling away with a 6-3 cushion. He really is the higher seed of the two. He's putting up a real fight now, securing back-to-back rounds to narrow the gap. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seed. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep the rolling momentum going. He is making it look effortless to close this gap. Lancer holds a 7-5 edge heading into the break. Well, it looks like the underdog is stumbling into a surprise lead. He's outplaying a higher rated opponent who normally wins nearly 60% of their encounters. Time to switch things up. Lancer regains his grip on an 8-5 lead. Lancer is really turning the tide against a long-time rival. Lancer's just unstoppable, stretching the lead to 9-5. The number 15 seed is looking way too comfortable right now. Ignis finally puts a stop to that streak, showing he's still very much in this mix. He's showing impressive resolve, cruising through this round to keep the pressure on. The favorite is finally starting to find some rhythm in this series. Lancer keeps his distance with a 3-round buffer. He really needs to start closing those gaps in the rating. Lancer is staring down a serious lead now, just 2 rounds away from closing this out. Lancer is on fire right now, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. A quick and clean finish there to seize control. Absolute perfection from Lancer to close out the series. Lancer really just tore through the script today, outclassing a rival who usually has his number. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Mist and Ignis facing off, with the clear favorite looking to secure another win. Ignis has an overwhelming lead in their head-to-head history, with over 460 wins over their opponent. It's a massive sample size that usually suggests total control in this matchup. We'll see if Mist can actually break that pattern today. Ignis holds the edge, but Mist is fighting back. The higher ranked player is definitely finding his footing here. Mist is putting on a real show here, catching Ignis right as he stepped up onto the ramp. He's definitely shaking off some of the rust after a tough run today. Mist has got a thin lead going into this next one. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece, a complete stalemate now. Ignis is usually the one to take control in these encounters. The pace is incredibly fast today. Both of these guys are reacting in a split second. They've completely leveled the playing field at 4 each. Ignis manages to pull ahead by a single point. We're seeing the higher ranked player start to pull away here. The momentum is swinging wildly here. We're seeing these two trade rounds back and forth in a real battle. He's certainly showing that recent form in his last 10 games. Mist pushes the advantage to 6-5 after that brawl. He's really playing with a lot of confidence right now. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is a surprising turn of events. Despite the historical gap between these two, Mist is looking every bit the equal of his opponent today. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis claws back into the lead, making it 7-6. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite today. Ignis is really starting to string this together, taking a clean victory from the ramp. Ignis takes an 8-7 lead, staying just ahead. He's definitely dealing with a bit of a slump in his recent matches. Ignis really used that height advantage to his benefit there, securing another quick round from the ramp. Ignis has maintained a 50% success rate on this map over his entire career. It's a strong foundation that's clearly helping him keep the pressure on. If he can extend his current run, he'll be just a few rounds away from closing things out. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, putting himself in a great spot to wrap this up. Completely effortless sequence that puts the match squarely in his hands. Absolute dominance in these last 2 exchanges. What a way to finish. He closes out the series with an absolute blast. He managed to keep those nerves steady and secure the win. A tough loss for Mist, who really pushed the limit tonight. Welcome to the arena. We have Lancer and Mist facing off today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Lancer holds a clear lifetime edge over Mist in their head-to-head history. That confidence is definitely showing as he just secured the opening round. It will be interesting to see if that psychological advantage persists through this half. Lancer is pulling away with a slim 2-1 lead. Coming into this series with a nice 13-7 victory under his belt. Lancer is really starting to pile on the pressure here, looking very sharp on the trigger. Lancer keeps his nose ahead, leading things 3-2. Mist is certainly fighting to make up ground after that previous 8-13 defeat. Lancer's really cooking now, extending that gap to 4-2. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Lancer has been an absolute force lately with a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. While it's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series, Mist needs to figure out a way to break this streak before the gap becomes insurmountable. Lancer is simply dominating now, sitting comfortably at 6-3. A lightning fast response from Mist, showing some real grit to close the gap. He definitely found his footing there. Another flawless response from Mist, who's really digging in here right before the break. A complete shift in energy as the gap narrows. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Well, this perfectly mirrors the neutral expectations for the match. Mist really fought his way back after that early deficit, and it's anyone's game now. Let's see who keeps the rhythm. Lancer snatches a tiny bit of momentum, moving to 7-6. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Mist stays composed in a longer exchange and walks away untouched, leveling the score at 7-7. The underdog is really stepping up when it counts today. Lancer regains the lead, pushing ahead to 8-7. Lancer looks every bit than a 14 ranked player right now. Is proving incredibly tough to shake, bringing the match back to a complete deadlock. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked star here. Lancer manages to claw back in front 9-8. A real nail biter, barely hanging on with that tiny bit of health. Lancer surges ahead again, now commanding a 2-round cushion. He's really putting on a show today across his sets. Complete shutdown of the attack, showing some serious toughness as he refuses to let this match slip. Mist has definitely found some gear to keep himself in this fight. What a turnaround! He's fought his way back to level the playing field completely. Absolutely ice cold under pressure to force this deadlock. Lancer just stopped the momentum shift in its tracks, putting himself one step closer to victory. Both players have been incredibly active today with 18 wins apiece. Lancer just shuts everything down with a rapid reaction, putting him a single step away from victory. Mist simply refuses to give up, staying perfect in that exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's really proving why those pre-match odds were so close. Unbelievable hard from Mist to force the series into an extra period. A high-stakes clash that's living up to the anticipation. The tension is unbelievable. One more successful duel and Lancer closes this out. A strong performance from someone who has really found his form today. What a statement. He's staring down the pressure and keeping the tie alive. Neither side is giving an inch in this deadlock. The resilience on this place is staggering as he continues this search to take a 14-13 lead. Absolute ice in his veins to claw back the lead. They are perfectly tied again. We are looking at a complete stalemate in this overtime battle. The higher seeded player is doing everything he can to avoid another meltdown. A tough battle of nerves, but he manages to edge out the exchange to move into a prime position. The underdog is showing a frightening amount of resolve in this OT. Unbelievable. Miz digs deep and closes it out, completing an incredible rally to secure the win. Coming off that defeat in their last head-to-head, he really stepped up to get his revenge in this series. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Lancer and Ignis take the stage on Italy to see who can claim the victory today. Lancer recently took a clean victory over Ignis in their previous encounter. It's an interesting contrast given that Ignis usually has the upper hand in their long-term rivalry. We'll see if that recent momentum carries through here. Lancer holds a narrow lead as we head back. Ignis has a significant lead in their all-time head-to-head matchups. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, clutching out a victory with almost nothing left. He's really looking to bounce back from the tough loss earlier today. Lancer is putting some serious pressure on Ignis right now. Lancer is really dominating the pace, sitting comfortably at 4-2. A tough spot for the player who usually dominates this matchup. He's just untouchable right now, putting together another perfect round to extend the lead. Ignis shows some real grit here, clawing his way back into this contest. The favorite finally looks to be settling into the server. Lancer has a 46% career win rate in this league. I mean, he's usually seen as the underdog, but he's playing with incredible confidence today. It will be tough for Ignis to find a way back into the game with his current form. Lancer is firmly in control at 7-4. Both players have stayed quite consistent throughout the day. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. I mean, the favorite is definitely struggling right now. He needs a huge shift in momentum to avoid a total shock result. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Lancer just keeps pulling away, now leading 8-5. Lancer's recent form is definitely trending upward. Lancer is cruising now with a commanding 9-5 lead. Man, that last exchange was over in a blink. What a wall he's built up. Lancer continues to storm through, taking another round for himself. He just completely shuts everything down from the wine to keep this run alive. He is absolutely on fire right now, just one step away from closing this out. Lancer manages to come out on top in a tight trade to close out the entire series.